riverside, down by the riverside, gonna lay down my burdens down by the riverside to study war no more, to study war no more. I'm gonna lay down my burdens
Down by the riverside,
sit
down by the riverside,
way
down by the riverside.
I'm gonna lay down my burdens
Down by the riverside,
to study war no more. 2103 style. Gonna lay down my burdens.
down by the riverside,
Gonna lay down all of my troubles.
down by the riverside,
Gonna lay down my troubles.
down by the riverside,
To study.
war
No more. Yeah, yeah.
when your burdens weigh you down, come to the river.
Yeah, study war no more. Gonna lay down my sword and shield.
No more.
I don't need to fight anymore. Gonna lay my burdens down by the riverside. Hey, yeah. I'm gonna lay down my burdens. Hey.
By the riverside,
Said I'm gonna lay down my burdens.
down by the riverside,
I'm gonna lay down my burdens.
down by the riverside.
To study. Study war no more. Gonna leave every worry that I have. Cause I wanna live in perfect peace. Lay my burden down by the riverside to study. Hey, yeah. No more. Gonna lay down my sword and shield. Yeah. Gonna lay down my burdens. Oh. Gonna lay down my burdens. Oh, yeah. To study. Yeah. No more.
Every worshiper in the house, come on, stand to your feet. Let's do this one together. Say it. Yeah.
Riding on the cloud, shining like the sun, and the trumpet,
Everybody lift your voice. Come on.
year of jubilee. Out of Zion hills, salvation.
These are the days of Elijah, declaring the word of the Lord. Hey. These are the days of your servant Moses, righteousness being restored. These are the days of great trials, of famine and darkness and sword. Still we are the voice in the desert, crying, prepare ye the ways of the Lord. Hey,
Riding on a cloud, shining like the sun, and the trumpet,
everybody lift your voice. Come on.
year of jubilee.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Vanessa Bell Armstrong. Break it down.
There's nobody,
Yeah.
nowhere.
Come on.
Oh no,
Come on. Say it.
no. I searched all over.
Searched all
I couldn't
over.
find nobody.
Take it up and sing with me.
Oh, better get older.
Say it.
Even older. Nobody.
Nobody.
No.
believer, get up on your feet and let's lift up the name of Jesus. He is Alpha, He is Omega, He's the beginning and He's the end. I wish somebody would get excited because Jesus is everything. There's no God like Jehovah. Every tenor in the house say this.
There's no God like Jehovah. There's no God like Jehovah. There's no God like Jehovah. There's no God like Jehovah.
Also say,
There's no God like Jehovah. There's no God like Jehovah.
hey, hey, oh my. Vanessa, take us up. Come on here. Everybody lift your voice. Let's go.
Praise the Lord, everybody. This is Deacon William Hawks, also known as El Presidente, here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM Atlantic City, where we have gospel. And yes, we're still spreading the gospel one song at a time. We want to thank God for all of our listeners who continue to pray for us and support us. Oftentimes, I'm walking down the street and someone asks, Deacon Hawks, El Presidente, I want to help. I want to get involved. I want to do my part. And they say, how can I do that? And I say, you know something? You can log onto our website and participate in our 8 for 88.7. That's right, 8 for 88.7. That's where we ask you to get involved, and you can support us by just donating $8 a month. How do you do that? You just go to our website, www.wehavegospel.com, press the donate button, and just simply support us with $8 a month. It's that simple. Once again, just go to www.wehavegospel.com, click the donate button, and follow the instruction. There you go. It's as simple as that. And once again, we thank you from all of us here at Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and where we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. God bless you.
Sing it with me, yeah. God is not giving you the spirit of fear, but power and love and a sound mind. God is not giving you the spirit of fear, but power and love.
A new song of worship for those who love the presence of the Lord. This says, in his presence there's fullness of joy. In his right hand he has pleasures for you. Let me sing it for you real quick. It says this. Oh, how good it is to be in the presence of the Lord. My soul rejoices being in the presence of the King. So refreshing, such a blessing. There's no place I'd rather be than in the presence of the King. Anybody like to be in his presence? Let me sing it again. Oh, how good it is to be in the presence of the Lord. My soul rejoices being in the presence of the King. So refreshing, such a blessing.
Gospel 88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
Well, praise the Lord, everybody. How y'all doing out there today? This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente.
Hey, and this is Lady Praise.
And we're sitting here live in the studio in WEHA, Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. Of course, we're Christ-centered, community-focused, and listener-supported. We have gospel. Check us out on Facebook at We Have Gospel on our Facebook page, and also wehavegospel.com. We're streaming live, and we thank God for all of you that continuously tune us in each and every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We never close. To God be the glory, and we thank God for that. We've been here going on 11 years.
Yeah.
Isn't God good?
God is good.
Almost 11 years. And, of course, as you can see behind me, for you that are on Facebook Live, and for those that can't see us, we'll just tell you, we're a two-time Stellar Award Gospel Radio Station. Two-time Stellar Award for Gospel Radio Station of the Year in the small market category. Going for a third, 6 times nominated, and I thank God for that, that we've met the criteria to be, to even be able to have something as prestigious, if you will, as Stellar Awards. What makes it so wonderful, though, because we know that God is deserving of all the glory and all the honor. If it had not been for him who is on our side, if it had not been for God who is on our side, we shudder to think where we would be. So we just thank God for being here on today.
Amen. So we're going to be hanging out with you for a couple hours here, giving you great gospel music. We are live on the radio as well as on Facebook Live. You can also check us out on Facebook. We just have some great music for you, great conversation. Looking forward to you all calling in. We want to hear your comments or a conversation or what have you. Also, we'll be acknowledging the people who are giving us waves and thumbs up and hearts through the Facebook page. We love you all, and we're just looking forward to spending this time with you today. You have some music loaded up for us already?
Yeah, but
okay.
I just want to let people know that you can reach us at 609-641-8870, 609-641-8870. And like last week, if you want to give us some pertinent information concerning how we should continue to govern ourselves during this pandemic, we want you to feel free to do just that. 609-641-8870, extension 1. We're going to be playing a lot of songs from Elaine's, or Lady Praise, as you call her personal playlist. So we look forward to that, too. But I'm going to get you started. We got something for you right here, and this is a goodie right here, nothing like the Clark Sisters to keep us moving. And this is none other than Blessed and Highly Favored right here on your favorite gospel music station, WEHA.
He brought me through hard trials. He brought me through tribulations. Never let a day go by and I realized, had not been for the Lord who was on my side.
Testing.
that we're blessed and highly favored. Can we say that one more time? He brought me through hard trials. He brought me through tribulations. Never let a day go by and not realize if it had not been for the Lord who was on my side, back was against the wall, he looked out for me. He heard my cry and rescued me. Never let a day go by and not realize we are blessed. Don't take it for granted that we are here today. Just know that we're blessed and highly favored. How many of you believe it? Yeah, yeah. Just know that we're blessed and highly favored. I just want you to take a look back. As I look back through the years, don't you know that it's amazing? It's amazing how he kept me. What the devil meant for evil, but what did God do? Turn it around, turn it around. Just for my good. I know that I'm blessed and highly favored. Oh, yeah. Just know that we're blessed and highly favored. I just want you to think about it for a moment. It could have been me. It should have been me. It would have been me. If it wasn't for the blood, it could have been me. It should have been me. It would have been me. If it wasn't for the blood, it could have been me. It should have been me. It would have been me. If it wasn't for the blood, it should have been me. It should have been me. It would have been me. If it wasn't for the blood, it could have been me. It should have been me. It would have been me. If it wasn't for the blood, it could have been me. It should have been me. It would have been me. If it wasn't for the blood. Grace, mercy. Mercy kept me. Mercy covered me. It was grace. They caught me just in time when I was messed up. Grace. Oh, mercy. Oh, thank you for your grace. Every time I turn around, your mercies are new. Every time I wake up in the morning, your mercies are new. Oh, grace. Oh, grace. And your mercy. Thank you for your grace. I thank you for your mercy. Yea, though I walk through the valley of shadows of death, just know that you're blessed. Oh, nobody have to tell me, but I know. Just know. Blessed and highly favored.
All right, so that's how we getting it started, y'all. We here live in the studio, myself, El Presidente, and Lady Praise, hanging out with y'all for a couple of hours. And we just love you, and we thank God for you. Thank God for your prayers and your encouraging words and your support. And we just want to go ahead and acknowledge some Facebook followers that are listening to us right now. We got, hey, Darla Mobley. God bless you, sweetheart. We thank God for you always. Amen. She's like a daughter to us. Amen.
Hey,
And
Darla.
Hey, Darla. She's always looking out for us, checking on us. She called me the other day for no reason, just to check on me. And then she proceeded to post a bunch of good-looking food on Facebook, but she didn't offer to bring me any. But nevertheless, she called and checked on me. Amen. Sister Mona from EFC, one of our church members from our church family, EFC. Hey, Sister Mona. Amen. And we thank God for her. Sequana Wilson, we say,
What's the name
God
of the
bless
song
you.
they want us to play?
Give Me You.
Give me you. Okay.
Yeah. We got Kathy King Rush. Also, we got my main man, Ray McCline. Amen. He's not only my good friend and brother, fellow deacon at EFC, but he's also the president. That's right, the president and CEO of the Atlantic City Boxing Hall of Fame. Amen. So we thank God that they've been in existence for 3 years now, and they're headed for their 4th year. And I mean, you're talking about some great stuff on the horizon. All the boxers and the legends in the sport of boxing. Amen. All roads lead to the Atlantic City Boxing Hall of Fame. So you'll hear more about their rescheduling dates that are coming up pretty soon. So stay tuned for that and continue praying for Ray McCline and his staff. Also, another one of my little sisters, Donna McClary, she's listening. Thank God for you, Donna. God bless you. Also, my main man, Rick Buckman, he is joining us. We got Sister Mona. We got Elder Wilson all the way from Delaware, my main man. God bless you, Elder Wilson. I frequently hear you. I hear you all the time on Facebook preaching the word, and we thank God for you, Elder Taboo Wilson. Amen. That's my main man, and God bless you. Also, we got Mike Martin, Sr. Good to see you, Mike. Can't wait to get out there with you on the bikes. Amen. Looking forward to that when that day comes. And also, we got Pastor, one of my old friends, good friends, Dr. Russell Oatman is joining us. And we thank him as well for all those that preach the word of God. And we thank God for all those, especially in a day like today. We got Carl Thomas, Michael, a.k.a. Mike. What's happening, Mike? Also, we got, okay, that's about it on my phone. Amen. So we thank God for all of you that are listening, those that have acknowledged who you are, and those that are just listening that maybe for whatever reason haven't acknowledged. Again, if you have some pertinent information that you want to share with us regarding the pandemic, please feel free to give us a call at 609-641-8870. Also, I saw on there earlier, Duncan and Rachel, the Gospel Duel. Duncan and Rachel, you can hear them every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. for Morning Glory right here on WEHA. All right, we're going to get you back to the music that you want to hear. Now, I tell you, most of the songs that you're going to hear are going to be heard from Lady Praise's personal playlist, her favorites. I might interject with a song off the rotation from time to time, but most of songs you're going to hear are going to come from her playlist. And if anybody knows Sister Hawks, Lady Praise, she's a gospel music connoisseur, so we're going to let her do her thing.
All righty. So we're going to kick things off right now with a little bit of James Hall Worship and Praise. And this is oldie but a goodie. It's really not an oldie. It's always just pertinent. So here's James Hall Worship and Praise, and the song is entitled, God is in Control.
All right. God is in control, y'all. Y'all know all about that one, right? Here we go.
In control!
Control!
All righty, all righty. There you have it. James Hall, Worship and Praise. An oldie, but absolutely a goodie, and that's God is in Control. We have more great gospel music for you. Actually, I was going to do a back-to-back James Hall. So this one is entitled Game of the World. And we'll be right back. Sit back, relax, enjoy the music. We're in lockdown, y'all, so you might as well enjoy the music, enjoy this beautiful Sunday that we are having here in the wonderful state of New Jersey and wherever you may be. Hope that you are enjoying it. Hope that you did not forget to give God a little bit of praise today. Here's James Hall. The song is entitled Game the World. Have James Hall, Worship and Praise. I tell you, that was an oldie but a goodie. Did y'all choir used to sing that? We used to sing that.
You can't go
Used to
wrong.
kill it.
You can't go wrong with James Hall. I'm telling
Amen,
you, man.
amen. So, hey, we're going to keep things going. We're going to keep the music right where it is. So, coming up, we have Ricky Dillard and New G. And this song, now you might start shouting on this one, but if you guys shout, go ahead and do your shout. Here's Ricky Dillard and New G. The song is entitled One More Chance.
Failed down so low, y'all.
used to smoke. It could have been laced with angel dust. So I would have had a fit. I could have went crazy. I could have went cuckoo. I said I should have been crazy. I said I should have been crazy. Doing the jailhouse rock. Somewhere on Northwestern. Over on the 5th floor. Having conditions every day. I could have been dead. Sleeping in my grave. This concert here tonight should have been my memorial service. This musical tonight should have been a celebration of life. But I rose to tell you, if you're still in sin, come on from among them.
All right, y'all. How many of y'all thank God for one more chance? You can't help but to get on your feet with that one, y'all. I'm telling you, one more chance. When you think back over your life, look back what God has done for
Yes.
you can't help but to shout, hallelujah, I thank God for one more chance.
Yes.
I'm telling you, this is where I start
She
going
said
off
you could have
into-
been cuckoo.
I could have been cuckoo, y'all. Hey, look, I speak for myself. I'm not putting my
Yes,
testimony
yes,
on nobody
yes.
else,
Thank
but
you,
I speak
God.
for myself. The weed I used to smoke could have
Okay.
been laced with angel dust.
That's right.
Hallelujah. But he
Amen.
gave me one more
She
chance.
gave me one more chance.
Just recently, Lady Praise, I thank God because if I live to see April the 24th, hallelujah, it'll be 1 year,
Amen.
that I had open heart surgery.
Amen.
But the Lord saw fit to give
But
me
God.
one more
Amen.
chance. Hallelujah.
Amen.
So I don't know about you. You can insert your own testimony in there, but I thank God for one more chance, y'all. That one is guaranteed to get you going.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
I was listening, Lady Praise, I was listening to, looking on Facebook Live, and Pastor Derek Gandy, my little brother in Alabama,
Yes.
he had posted our concert that we did at the
Oh, praise by the
at
waves.
Praise by the Waves.
One of the praise by the waves.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
And he
Amen.
had put on Ricky Dillard and New G.
Yes.
He had a couple of them. He had
Okay.
Marette Brown Clark on
Right,
there.
yes.
But the one, of course, that really got me woke because I was gonna sleep a little. Bit.
Uh-huh.
And then when I saw that, and I mean, Lillian Lloyd was just going to town on that one.
Yes.
And she was laying all
Look,
over
whenever
the
I
stage.
did a contract with them on that, I was like, I just have one song. I never tell people what they have to do when they come to the concerts because he has such a huge library. I was like, y'all have to sing One More Chance. But we sang it last time we came. That's all right. Sing it again.
Sing it again. And another again.
And another again. Yes.
Amen. Oh,
Hey, we
man.
want to give some shout outs?
Go ahead.
Hey, what's up? We have Carl Thomas is listening in. What's up, Carl? Carl Michael Thomas. We know him as Mike.
That's Mike.
Yeah, that's Mike. He's listening in. Andre Gandy just joined in. Pastor Andre Gandy.
My brother.
Sending a wave to him. My baby girl, Priscilla, is listening in. Jerome Page. Dr. Russell Oatman. Colleen Brown. And those are some. I mean, I actually have two feeds. I have your personal. So we have Super Wilson or Saquon Wilson, Elder Wilson. So, hey, a shout out to everyone who has joined us via Facebook. Praise God. How y'all doing? We got some more great gospel music for you. Some great conversation. We're really just up in here, you know, giving God glory, giving God praise, you know, listening to the song. That's the thing about music. I know words and everything else can move you, but music will move you. You know, when you put the music on, you start listening to the songs and it starts, you know, hitting them strings in your heart and you go to thinking back where the Lord brought you from. And, you know, it's just a good thing. Oh, I didn't forget and Noli Poly.
And I was just thanking God. I mean, again, that one more chance just got me. It's
Amen.
funny.
Always.
I can listen to it 24 hours a day, but sometimes it just hits you right there.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. Y'all going to start laughing. I was eating these little crackers right here. These little.
I bought us a snack.
These little snack Peters.
Last week I was hungry.
Now
when I'm listening to a regular song, then I'm just eating these things, you know, nice and slow. And Hey, Billy.
I'm just eating one at a time and all of that. I was listening
Billy
to
put y'all on fire.
I,
See, that's what that song did.
Amen. I was listening to this One More Chance though, and I
Yes.
was eating these pitas at the same speed as the
As
song
the song.
was
So
playing.
it's going-
So I was just one more chance. I'm just popping these things in my mouth. One more chance.
Praise
But it's
God.
all good. That's
Francis
our son.
Blackwell.
That's who's
Go
that?
ahead, continue what you're doing. I'm just saying some of the names
Go ahead,
while
you
you're
go ahead.
going.
You go ahead.
Our son William in Orlando, Florida, said y'all on fire.
All right.
Deborah Dozier, praise God, woman of God,
That's
truly
Old
touched
Faithful
by
right
the
there.
fine gospel. Playing, God bless you, Charlene Havenbound. Cheryline Havenbound, excuse me if I said your name wrong, and just everyone else who's just tuned in via your radio at home or you're joining us on Facebook Live. We say blessings to you. God bless you. We are in the studio.
Tell
you know,
somebody about us as well. Tell
and
somebody.
yeah, tell somebody. You can do your own watch party, and then your friends can join with you. That's the good thing about the way this technology works. They can look at yours, and they can push join watch party, and then they'll have a group of people watching as well.
And
So
if
tell
you're-
somebody about WEHA.
If you're in the area, if you're in the Atlantic City area, Pleasantville, Absecon, if you're going up the Parkway to Pomona, New Gretna, Galloway, and you can get us right, or Egg Harbor City, all of those. Tell people about 88.7 and 100.3.
100.3
It's
FM,
one.
amen.
It's a beautiful thing. The technology, as Lady Praise alluded to, is a beautiful thing. But most of us, we've been church hopping all day. We've been going from ministry to ministry to ministry.
I
to
was all the way in
ministry
Florida
to
this
ministry.
morning.
We were in Florida this morning. We were in Pleasantville this afternoon. Blah
Right in
blah
the
blah.
comfort of my living room.
But it's something about the radio, for instance, when you
Amen.
tune into the radio
Amen.
and you hear us, for instance, that's exclusively. That's just for you, and especially you, and especially a lot of our seniors that can't get us on Facebook, and they don't do Facebook.
Yeah, they don't do all
do
that.
social media, but they do the radio,
turn on
88.7 and 100.3. And we get a lot of listeners out there. So
matter of
we
fact.
we definitely want to give a big shout out to our 88.7 and 100.3 listeners.
Amen.
All right.
Shout out to you. As a matter of fact, a lot of senior citizens that you run into, what's the first thing they'll tell you? They'll tell you, my radio does not move
It doesn't move.
from 88.7.
And
I was
100.3.
in the car once. Who was I with? I think it was Calandra. She was telling me her grandmother. She was
Yeah.
like, Missy Lane, my grandmother does not let that radio move from 88.7. She said, I don't care if they're static. I don't care what it is. You better not touch and let it move from 88.7 because that's the radio station she listened to. So we thank you for all those faithful listeners who do not let that radio move from 88.7. We pray that you are being blessed by the music
Amen.
that is
Amen.
played,
Amen.
the different preaching, the programs that we have. We also have some programs that talk about the community. We have programming where there's just preaching, Bible study, outreach ministries. So we thank God for that. And I just absolutely pray that you are being blessed, and for the thousands of people who listen, and we will never see or never know their name. I know we received a thank you letter not too long ago, right from the New Gretna area.
Yeah.
Because WEHA gets New Gretna and all those areas up in there, and so you just never know
That's
who's
right.
getting this word of God. I remember many moons ago. It had to have been about 30 years ago because I was pregnant with Chris, so it was over 30 years ago. And remember, we lived in Tuckerton.
That's right.
Oh my God, there was no radio station. None. It was all the hillbilly and the country stuff. So that's why I'm saying you never know who is being blessed, who may live in one of them areas, and they like, is there a gospel radio somewhere? And they turn their dial and they hear 88.7, and lo and behold, that's their new station. So hey, we just thank God for this ministry. We thank God for this ministry. We thank God for entrusting us to be the overseers of this ministry.
Well, Lady Praise, what I thank God for the most about WEHA, because to your point, there are so many stations out there. For instance, recently, there are so many ways to listen to gospel music.
Oh, yeah.
They don't necessarily have to be exclusively to WEHA, but I thank God for the heart of WEHA.
Amen.
We've coined a phrase, and it's true to us. that we're the heart of the community.
Amen.
We thank God that there's many people, for instance, that have been introduced to the gospel through WEHA, but there's also a bunch of people that have been informed and inspired by our community involvement. Many times you hear a lot of radio stations, and we say it a lot, and they're syndicated. They may be in California, and you can get gospel music that way if you want to, but they don't know anything about your area. They don't know anything about your neck of the woods,
Right.
Atlantic City,
They
Pleasantville.
can't run into you at
Absecon.
ShopRite.
They can't run into you at ShopRite. That's right, and tell you how the station impacted
Right.
their very life.
Exactly.
We always tell different stories. I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to let you go to the next song. There was a lady, and we have stories galore. That's why we only can tell a couple of them at a time. There was a lady who, about 4 o'clock in the morning, her son was having chest pains. And she didn't want to call the ambulance. She proceeded to take him to Atlantic City Hospital. And as she was going to Atlantic City, the chest pains increased and started to begin to take on the form of a full-blown heart attack.
Wow.
She didn't want to stop on the boulevard. She just proceeded. She started speeding, and she said the only thing that kept her calm was at that time of morning we were playing blood songs
Okay.
from WEHA, and they were literally soothing her
Yeah,
and calming
yeah.
her
Amen.
and just guiding her to where she wouldn't just freak out
Right.
and everything. And subsequently, her son came out all right and everything.
Yeah.
But it just speaks to the heart and the spirit of this ministry, WEHA.
Amen.
And so I'm very, very not only proud of it, but I'm thankful to God to entrust us with this ministry, and we avail it to everyone.
Amen. 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 So hey, we're speaking of that music, we're gonna keep things going. So I have another one by Ricky Dillard that we are gonna play for you, and then we have a lot of good songs for you. Back when I used to do my show called Making His Praise Glorious with Lady Praise, this is what used to happen to me. When it was time to go off, I would look to the right of me, which back then I used to play most of my songs by CD. We had CDs, so I would play them by CD. I would look to the right of me. I would only have 5 minutes left, and I would be like, okay, got to do those tomorrow. So I really get into it, and them songs start preaching to me in a way, so I'm trying to give you a message in the song and trying to keep it flowing a certain way. So just excuse me, you two Deacon Hawks, because I have a co-host. We're co-hosting with each other today, so excuse me if I, get a little excited here.
Oh no, you can get excited. Just don't smack me, because I know that ain't
Oh,
the Holy Ghost.
I have no reason to smack you.
No, I'm talking about
you are being
accidentally.
good.
Your hands is
and
flying and
you
all
took
of
your
that.
medicine and everything before we came, right? So we're not going to run into that today, right?
I'm good.
You had your
good.
medicine?
I'm not talking about a literal slap. I'm talking about, how you might get happy.
Oh,
and-
you mean I might get happy
right,
and
and
step on
smack
your
me
feet
or
or
whatever.
anything like
Yeah,
that?
right.
I got
Don't
you.
do that.
All right. Well, if I get happy and it one of the swings go to you, that it'll be a holy smack.
No, it won't. Don't be lying.
We gonna call
Don't be
that a
lying
holy
on
smack
Don't be
because
lying
I
on
was
the Holy
taken
Ghost.
away in the spirit.
I'm
My
telling
hand
y'all
just
right now,
happened to land
for
on
y'all to be sitting next to people in church and all of that, and somebody accidentally smack you or step on you or whatever, and they tell you that's a holy smack. Look, question them, because
That's what we are going to call it.
We'll call it,
Yeah,
but
we're
we
gonna
know that's
just call
not
it
the
a
truth.
holy smack.
Hey, look, you
like
have- you
20
have-
years ago when Marlette was standing next to me when the spirit got
I
a
was
hold of
thinking
me,
of that.
I had on these stilettos. Look, that was my 20s, y'all. I had on my stilettos, and girl or a boy or whatever, the spirit got a hold of me, and the girl standing next to me, she didn't move quick enough, so them stilettos went straight through her skin.
Oh yeah.
And so she got hurt. So I apologize.
Well,
to
you know
everything.
something? I stand corrected then. Now that you said that, it wasn't you. You were in the spirit. But maybe she wasn't in the spirit, and she didn't have.
She didn't move quick
She didn't
enough.
move quick enough.
She didn't move
Got
quick
you.
enough.
Now that's how you cover each other. We've been married almost 38 years. As a matter of fact, our anniversary is April 10th. What day
Yes,
is that?
that is Wednesday, I think we're Friday.
Friday, right?
Yes, I think. Yep, next Friday.
Yeah, our 38th wedding anniversary is this
So
Friday
y'all
coming up,
coming. We invite everybody to come and join us for our anniversary dinner. We'll be having a candlelight dinner at home, and we're gonna go Facebook Live, and we're gonna let y'all hang out with us a little bit.
For you, it'll be a virtual candlelight
It'll
dinner.
be a virtual candlelight dinner with El Presidente and Lady Praise.
You might not can't eat it, but you can eat along with us in spirit.
And Deacon Hawks is the king of making. I don't do steaks. If I do the steaks, I don't do the steaks. Deacon Hawks does them. Deacon Hawks is gonna take care of the that part of it, and then maybe I'll do the seafoods. I got to decide which seafood do you want. You want lobster?
We might do lobster.
Alrighty. So we'll do
not?
some lobster and steak, and we're gonna celebrate 38 years of holy matrimony.
At home.
At home.
Us.
None of the children nor grandchildren. Y'all, children and grandchildren, you are not invited. Del Rita, I love you. You're not invited either. Y'all stay home. Y'all join us live on Facebook Live, and then when it's time to turn Facebook Live off, we'll turn it off.
We turn it off.
But yes, we're gonna have a candlelight dinner, some great conversation. I might even share some of the pictures, video. I have a video that Priscilla and the kids did for
Yeah.
us.
On
On
18th.
our nope, I
It's our
think it was our
18th.
15th or 16th.
18th.
It's the 18th.
18th anniversary.
Okay, I
Yep.
have that video at home, so I also have when we renewed our vows
Yep.
for our 25th.
Our
So
25th
we may
anniversary.
turn that on and let you guys share some of those moments with us. But that's what we plan on doing for our 38th wedding anniversary. We're going to celebrate it at home, and we're going to invite our Facebook family and friends to just join in with us for a candlelight dinner that you can virtually see. You won't be able to taste it, but we'll tell you all about it. And just looking forward to having a good time, celebrating one another.
Now, if you want to watch us virtually, you can definitely do that. But if you want to bring us a real gift,
Oh, then they can come?
They can come and just drop it on the porch and keep it moving. You understand what I'm saying?
Got it.
Drop it, keep it moving. Drop it, keep it moving. Drop it, keep it moving.
You got some hearts on that one. Okay.
Forsake yourselves not to assemble on our
Del Rita
porch
said, okay, I'm
to
her
give
dinner.
gifts.
And then Wednesday is Del Rita's birthday.
It is my baby
Yep.
sister's birthday.
It's our
I
sissy's
adore
birthday.
her.
Yep.
My sister Del Rita.
And she came in the other day, and she was like, man, Elaine, I can't believe Mommy not going to be here.
Yeah.
So she said in the morning she going to get her a cup of coffee, and she going to go over and visit Mommy to kick off her birthday. Yeah. So we still have those moments where we got to be like, man, Mommy not here.
Yeah, she's not here in spirit.
She's not here in
She's
spirit.
not here physically.
Yeah, she's
rather.
not physically.
Physically,
Rather,
yeah.
she's not here physically.
That's how
But,
I kind of give myself a little
yeah,
consolation.
amen.
Knowing that though she's not here physically, spiritually, she's still with me.
Yeah,
in my
yeah.
heart. And that's what helps me get through the day, because there's not a day to go by I don't think about her. And I'm actually like, I know what she's saying to me. Like if I'm cool, I'll hear her say, oh, that's so good. That's so good, William. And if I'm bad, I'm like, she'll be like, all right, William, you know better.
No, actually, right now would have been one of them times where she would have called you in.
She would have called
She
up.
would have been like, "This
She would have
is,"
called up.
and she would have told you about her church.
She would have started off with she would have said, "This is Christine Hawks Washington."
She does a PSA of Union Baptist.
where her pastor is Ezekiel Graham Bay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would do all of that.
Yeah,
but
I miss my mother, y'all.
Amen.
all
But
right, that's right.
in missing her, we just thank God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take
No,
it there.
I'm
But
good. I'm good.
we thank
got
God.
so many great memories.
Yeah,
you know what I
we
mean?
thank God for all
But,
the great memories and the times and the experience and the lessons and just everything that she poured into our lives while she was here. Because that's one thing Christine did. She poured into her children's lives.
Yeah.
She poured into our lives with her love, her compassion, just everything. Hawks was talking to somebody on the phone, and you was telling them how, you said Mommy loved giving gifts, and she don't do the
Yeah.
gift card. She like giving you a box
Wrap them up.
that has
gifts.
been beautifully wrapped, and then the gifts this new stuff where we give gift card. Mommy, that wasn't mommy,
No.
unless you just particularly told her.
I knew I was gonna get some drawers
You was
and
gonna
some
get you
T-shirts
some,
and some socks.
Look, I
All
picked
the stuff you really need, but you don't go out and buy your
right.
yourself.
And look, to this day, my boys be like, "Oh, I don't buy that stuff because I know at this time of year you giving them." And hey, it's just so that's something Christine taught me, and I carried it on to my kids.
Yeah.
The girl and the boys, that's what they get. But we have more great gospel music for you. We thank you so much for tuning in. You are hanging out with El Presidente and Lady Praise. We're live in the studio. What's the weather outside today, honey?
The weather is it's not showing.
Oh,
on
it's
here,
not showing.
but
Okay.
We'll give it
Well,
to you.
we'll get back to you and let you know what we're looking at here in Jersey. I know I've been talking to my son. They've been in the 90s in Florida. So but we'll take our time. We'll get there. But right now, we're going to hang with where we are. So, hey, I have another great one for you by Ricky Dillard and New G. This one here, the choir in this area that I know who sings this, and they kill it. They do a wonderful job, led by my cousin Thomas.
Yes.
And this
Shout
song
out
is
to
entitled
my
Search Me,
cousin
Lord.
Thomas and Cynthia,
Amen. This song is entitled Search Me, Lord.
the Inspirational Choral Ensemble.
This version is Ricky Dillard and New G. But
Oh,
hey,
okay.
no, I was saying that they do a great job of covering this song.
Got you.
The inspirational. Thomas has came to our church, and when the choir sang, they sang this. And I love it.
Okay.
So, hey, here's Search Me, Lord, Ricky Dillard and New G. You tuned into 88.7.
Search
All righty, that was Ricky Dillard and New G. Search me, Lord.
All right. And now you happen to be talking about how Second Baptist or Inspirational Choral Ensemble, led by our cousin Thomas Jennings, how they sing that song. And so I wanted to hear a song by the Inspirational Choral Ensemble.
Amen, amen.
All right. So of course I got one of their standard classics.
All right.
None other. I'm taking it back a little bit. This is No Cross, No
No
Crown,
cross, no cross.
led by my cousin, y'all,
All right.
Thomas Jennings.
How many of you know? If you don't hang in there, you'll never get your crown. No cross, no crown. If we suffer with him, we'll reign with him. Come on, choir. No cross, no cross, no cross. Don't give up. Hold on. Yes. You gotta hang on in there. No cross. No cross. No cross. Don't give up. No.
That was the maestro, Thomas. Keep it going. Who's got for us? This is Timothy Wright.
Who's on the Lord's side?
And who is on the Lord's side?
Come on,
Hey,
put your
look, we
hands
want to hear
together,
from
everybody.
somebody out there. 609-641-8870, extension 1.
you're on the Lord's side, get on up. Get on up.
If you're on the outside, you stand up. You stand up. You stand up. Get on up. Get on, get on up. Get on up. If you're on the low side, get on up. If you're on the low side. What about you? You, if you're on the low side, who's on the low side? Are you on the low side? Please don't if you're on the low side, get on up. If you're on the low side, don't you love the Lord? Don't you love the Lord? Hey, hasn't he been good to you? Hasn't he been good to you? Oh, didn't he bring you out when the wicked was full of doubt? Oh, didn't he make a way throughout everything? Oh, wasn't the Lord good to you? Didn't he bring you through? Didn't he bring you out? Didn't he bring you up without a doubt? Get on up. Get up and get on up. You've been down too long. You've been down too long. Get up from desperation. Get up from depression. Get up from the suffering. Get up from your heart.
Wait a minute. If you see somebody around you look like they might be down, you know what I want you to tell them? Get up! Come on, Pop. Ow! Get up! Get.
Won't you up this morning, starting on your way? Gave you a brand new dawning, gave you a brand new day. Been mighty good. Get out, you won't get out. See what I'm
Come on, Sopranos. Say get up. Come on. All the Sopranos in the building. Can you say get up? One more time. Get on. All the altos. Can you say get up? All the altos in the building. Say it. Say it again. All the tenors in the building. I want to get you. Say get up. Put your hand together. Get up. Everybody, get up. Say it again. If you're on the Lord's side, come on, come on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm on.
All right, that was Timothy Wright and Who is on the Lord's Side. You know something, I was just going through the archives a little bit, and I got one. I'm getting ready to really tell my age because I got one that goes way back. But you that love gospel music, for the timelessness of it, for the essence of it, you can appreciate this song. I'm not even going to tell you who it is until it actually starts, and then I'll just kind of chime in. You're listening to Gospel 88.7 WEHA and 100.3 with Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente and Lady Praise. Check this one out, y'all.
A change has come over me.
That's right, Tremaine Hawkins, y'all.
He
Change.
changed my life, and now I'm free. Tremaine is coming at this time.
A change, oh change has come over me. He changed my life, and now I'm free.
Hello, WEHA listeners. This is Lisa Diane Hall, General Sales Manager here at WEHA 88.7 and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and we have talk. We'd like to thank you for listening and sincerely appreciate your continued support over the last 10 years. Thanks to all of you, WEHA is now a 2-time Stellar Award-winning gospel radio station with a recording studio right here in your local community. As the newly appointed General Sales Manager, it is my goal to share my 20 years of experience in broadcasting and marketing with your church, business, or organization. I am pleased to announce WEHA's new community branding partnerships, where you have the opportunity to be heard on all of WEHA's platforms, including 2 FM bands, WEHA WeHaveGospel.com, and all of WEHA's social media pages, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. WEHA is currently seeking new Sunday morning programming and new talk shows. For more information or to arrange a WEHA studio tour, you can reach me, Lisa Diane Hall, at WEHA Studios at 609-641-8870. That's 609-641-8870. WEHA is Christ-centered, community-focused, and listener-supported.
It's a new year, and it's time to get activated. The Atlantic City NAACP will host a 30-minute radio show every Tuesday at 5 p.m. on WEHA. Informative guests, current affairs, local topics, and up-to-date information will be provided. Join us every Tuesday at 5 p.m. because when we fight, we win.
All right, we are back.
We're back, y'all. We're back.
This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente.
And I'm Lady Praise.
And it is 14 minutes after the hour of 4, and we're just hanging out with you the way we do from time to time, bring you the best in gospel music, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on your 2-time Stellar Award-winning gospel music station, Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel, and we're spreading the gospel one song at a time. For almost 11 years, Lady Praise, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon it is. Hey, I want to give a shout out to all of my grandbabies, all 8 of them. Jessica called earlier, so I saw my little princess. My children who are here, Christopher and his boys, Priscilla, Noli Poly, they've been locked in the house and all that good stuff. Because when all this kicked off, they actually both had the flu, both Priscilla and Nolan. So they were in the house. But God is good. So, hey, we have some great music for you. For those of you through Facebook, because we're also playing music, at a point Facebook will just log us off because of copyright infringement. You're not allowed to play but so much music. So if they see that we're just playing music, it will cut us off. So if you were on and all of a sudden we went dark, that is what happened. So if that happens again, you'll know it. Because we are, playing some music today and, everything like that. So we have more music for you. Just want to know how's everyone doing. And the question that I would have for everyone would be, there's a blessing in everything, I believe, In everything, you can look at it from another side and say that, oh, there's also a bright side. So during this pandemic, I would say, what have you found to be, well, you know what, that's a blessing. I say just the fact that, I know Deacon Hawks, I've said it last week, Deacon Hawks is happy because I've cooked last night. It was like, well, what are we going to cook now? Because we done went through the freezer to where before, you might get a meal once or twice a week. Now, we're like cooking. I made a chocolate cake last night. I mean, I'm just in the kitchen doing things. And Deacon Hawks is actually still under a doctor's care, so he does some messing. He's the one that does the barbecuing and the meats and all that wonderful stuff. That's Deacon Hawks. So because he's still under a doctor's care, I have to tell him, honey, don't do that, because that means you're going to be on your feet preparing it and seasoning it, because he does it the right way. But anyhow, I would say definitely one of the blessings has been spending more time at home with hubby. So, for us, we're empty nesters. So it's just Deacon Hawks and I at home. But for you, you may have a house full of kids, so you're spending more time with your entire family. And I told the story last week, and I remember once before when my family, as a child, we were going through some tough financial times. And I remember the whole family going together, getting pop. We used to call it pop. Yes, I'm one of the people that call soda pop. Getting pop bottles together where they used to give you the 10-cent back. So we were getting all the bottles together so that we could get some money so mom and dad could buy some groceries for the kids. And for me, I always remembered that time because I remember for me it was like, oh, okay. It sort of brought the family together closer. So I saw a closeness that I usually didn't see because usually, you know, mom and dad are both working. My mom worked at the factory, and I know there was a time my dad worked at one of the factories. But, you know, for the most part, everybody was doing their own thing. So for me, that was a moment that I enjoyed and that I liked because I saw it bring my family together as one unit. So that's why I've always cherished that moment in our life. Now, my mom or my dad, they may have, well, God bless my dad, he's no longer with us. But my mom and my mom may have a totally different story as it pertains to that moment because they were living it as a parent. It's where from a child standpoint, it was like, oh, I like this because I saw us come together as one. So, you know, I'm sure it was tough times, but that was my bright side from where I sat. So I'm saying as we're going through this pandemic, I mean, my prayers go out to you guys. You know, the casinos are closed, you know, retail. So if you have a husband that worked at the casino and then you had a wife that worked at retail, right now that family is, you know, relying upon unemployment because both of those entities have been closed down as per this pandemic. So, you know, our prayers go out to you. I pray that everything is moving with the unemployment and just everything that was supposed to take place. Even the stimulus packages for the small businesses. I hope everyone has went to the website, filled out your applications. Just because it says this is going to take place up until June, do not, I will repeat, do not wait until June because what you don't want to happen is you wait until the last minute and then all the money is gone. Because trust, you know, the businesses are going to get the money, and this for if you have up to 500 people. So for one business, they may qualify for a loan of this amount, but if you have a business that has 480 employees, of course, the amount of money that they're going to get is so much bigger than the company that may have 12 people. You know what I'm saying? So that's why just because you're a smaller company, go to the website, go get your money, okay? Go get your money. It has been set aside for you. I mean, this is a blessing because those of you who are also like us in small business, some of the applications and what they require for you to be able to get a loan, we simply don't qualify. But all those qualifications are not on. You need to be a small business. You need to have under 500 employees. Part of some of the records that you have to give them your 941s for all quarters of 2019. They're going to base your loan based upon your payroll. So if you have a payroll, you qualify. Go get your money. I'm self-employed. Because of this pandemic, they have money for you. Go get your money. Go to the websites, sign on. Small Business Administration is the one. Go to their log site. It has all the information. It's called the PPP loan, which is the Paycheck Protection Program is what it's called. So there's a loan for you. In addition to that, they have money for houses of worship. Go get your money. Go log on. Find out what's out there for you. I'm trying to get someone, which I do have the person who we're going to reach out to. I just have to get to her and get her on the radio, who's going to give you more information about that. But don't wait. Go get the money that you qualify. You qualify for it. It's going to be easier to get now than after this is over. And if you've already been trying, you already know what I'm talking about. Right now, it is easy money. You simply qualify. Go get the money. That's what I'm saying.
And it's definitely, Lady Praise, to piggyback off what you're saying, it'll definitely be a blessing because just like you said, the houses of worship, needless to say, a lot of churches rely on
Yeah, they're tithing and offering.
They're tithing and offering, and of course, with no services, a lot of people they may either I'll say they're maybe holding on to it, whatever. I don't want to say that they're not paying it.
Or the situation, like I just said, if you have a husband who works at the casino who's
That's
closed,
right. That's right.
and you have a wife who works, which is also
they don't
closed.
have an income anymore.
Right now, they don't have it. They're just trying to make ends meet so that they can feed their family. And then you have it's the first of the month. All your different bills are due. So if you have bills that are due and you're concerned, I would definitely call, because all of the different institutions are working with people. You have I have somebody who told me their mortgage had something posted that if you have been affected by this, call your mortgage. They're going to put it at the end of your mortgage without charging you interest or anything of that nature. So your car payment, I have somebody else with the car. They said, well, right now don't worry about it because we've suspended any repossessions or anything of that nature. But when all this is over, we're coming.
But that's why you do have to call
Yeah,
these places
exactly.
and make the arrangements.
Take the
you
time
can't
and
just,
call
like,
them.
not do it and just not call in or anything like that. You have to make your intentions known or let your situation be known.
Right.
That I've lost my job
Right.
or whatever.
Right.
But you talked about the churches.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the churches definitely, that's good information, definitely need to see what is out there for them.
Yes, and there is stuff out there.
A lot of places, a lot of churches, for instance, they won't be able to function.
Right.
And of course we do, for you that do, work and you've maintained employment, see, our blessings come from God.
Amen.
And I was just listening to you, most of everything that you were saying. That's what makes this such a blessed station, because we talk the word of God. We talk God's language. We don't talk defeated. We know that even through this, that this too shall pass, and God is going to be glorified through it, no matter what it looks like now.
Amen.
And that's what we thank God for. Sure, we want to exercise every precaution, and because we want to exercise wisdom. But we know that God is in control. And how do we know more than ever that God is in control? Because you realize just how much you're not in control. You don't have no control over this, baby.
Right, yeah.
But God, He is in total control.
God is in total
so it's an
control.
opportunity for you to let people know and really bear witness to the sovereignty of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. The fact that He is the great I am, and I'm telling you, it's something. And then in the meantime, I thank God for Bishop Jerkins. That's our pastor, EFC. Shout out to EFC, and we thank God for him, because I won't go into what he put out, but he put some information out to his members, and he put like a call to order action plan, if you will, for families. And I thank God for that. He included order of services, scriptures, and everything, and it was a blessing. Me and my wife did it this morning, and it was a blessing. And,
Amen.
So the point being is, it is an opportunity for you to bring your families together and witness and talk about the goodness of the Lord. You're going to talk about the pandemic anyway. You're going to talk about, the schools are closed. You're going to hear about all of that anyway. You're going to hear about, well, I can't go to work. And, you're going to hear about all of that anyway, such as the things you hear when things are not going the way you're used to them going. But isn't this a wonderful time to lift up the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, our Yeshua, our salvation? I thank God for that. I mean, we don't glory in anything that's going on because they're by the grace of God, they go I. So, you can say, you're immune from the pandemic or whatever until you get the pandemic. Then you're going to change the whole message. The point I'm making is let God arise.
Amen.
That your enemies might be scattered. And I'm telling you, He'll show you something that you might have never considered before. He'll show you Him. And that's the greatest thing, to know Jesus Christ in a very real way, to understand that no matter what it looks like, He's in complete control. That's such a blessing. So continue to pray for us.
Amen. and we most certainly will be praying for you. Um, so, like, back to my question, one of the other things, I was just thinking, well, I don't know, when you're in the kitchen and you're cooking or you're cleaning and you're doing things, it's just times for me for reflection. Usually, I will have the music on and I'm just reflecting. And the question that I ask myself is, okay, Lord, you know, we're at this state, we're in this situation right now, and I was like, so what should we really be doing? And that's really, it won't leave me. It's just with me that this just should be a time of it should be a time of reflection. You know, before this happened, you know, you may have been ready to make a big move. It's time for you to, now that everything is sort of okay, well, let's just wait.
Right.
It's the time for you now to really reflect on that move. Is this really the move that I should be making? You know, where you may have been doing it in a rush. This is time for you now to sit back and really look at all the pieces that go with that decision and see, is this really the decision that I want to make? And is this really how I want to do it? It's a blessing. God has given us time to now reflect, to where usually, you know, you worked, you know, 12 hours a day. Now you're home, you know, where once your relationship was, you know, you're in and out, you know, you're home now. You're able to spend that quality time with your teenage children, you know, with your younger age children. There may have been things that's going on that you didn't realize oh, wait a minute. I didn't realize that. So, I mean, there's a blessing. There is a blessing in this. There's a blessing in this. So it's a time of reflection, even to reflect upon relationships that you have, you know, with one another, you know, with family members, with God. You know, it's time for you to just reflect. For me, that's what I'm personally, I'm using this as a time to reflect.
Amen.
A time to, you know, every now you know, just on different situations, you know, on finances, on, you know, Deacon Hawks and I are both closer to 60 than we are to our 50s. So just a time to reflect on, okay, where are we going? You know, even in church, the different things that we have going on in church, different programs that we have on, you know, our calendars. Everybody's calendar was wiped clear.
That's right.
No control over it.
Everybody's
Calendar
on house arrest.
is clear.
Everybody
is on house arrest. Everybody's calendar is simply wiped clear. What are you doing in the month of April? April is wiped clear. May has a question mark behind it. So I'm saying, take advantage of this time. You know, God has given you time where before maybe, you were overwhelmed with life, just doing life.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
God has now wiped all of that clear for you. Unless, of course, if you're in the medical field or you're the people who are on the front line, things may still be. But for the rest of us who are out here, you know, use this as an opportunity to reflect upon your life, on your future, on your circumstances, on your situations, and just everything. Because look, this is our situation. At least right now, you know, this is extended until April the 30th. We have to still stay home. We're in one of them states. So shame on you. Don't let all this be over and you're still in the exact same place where you were before it started.
That's good.
There's no way possible. You should be somewhere else because God wiped you. He wiped everything clear for you to give you this opportunity. I was telling my husband this morning, the scripture that we did was Matthew
21. 1 through 16.
1 through 16. And the part that I was that was a highlight for me is when Jesus came into his house and he said, "My house should be called a house of prayer." And he was very upset because he saw the condition of his house. They were selling and, you know, they weren't praying. So I told my husband, I said, the way that I look at that, the Bible also speaks of our bodies being the temple of the Holy Spirit. So I said, I have to ask myself the question, if God was to look upon my house, if God was to look upon my temple, would he turn the table over?
That's good.
So that's what I'm saying. This time of reflection, God has, baby, the calendar is clear. I can't say it enough. The calendar has been wiped clear. Use this time to reflect. Use this time to take a self-examination of your life, of your relationships, of your business. I mean, this is a blessing. It is I see it as a blessing. Even though I'm not putting aside the people who have lost jobs and all of those type of things. I'm not putting that. That is what it is. But in addition to it, because this too will pass, it's going to pass. That's this chapter. At a point, we're going to turn the page, and then it's going to be chapter 2. And it's going to be something different. So I'm saying while we're in this chapter, as opposed to just sitting there and crying over it and just staying right at that place, I would encourage you to try to get some life out of it, even though it seemed like it's dead. But get life out of it, out of the entire situation. Yes, even if right now, if your household is one of those household who has been affected in everything, I would encourage you. I heard somebody said something about get life out of it. And when I say that, what I mean is anything that we go through in this life, if we have the Lord Jesus Christ down on the inside of us, if we have the peace of God within us, it can't break us. I don't know if I heard some, I know it was the thing we were watching last night. We were watching the series. And the guy said that when you're walking in Christ, when you're walking in God's peace, nothing can break you because you have the peace of God. And I'm going to tell my own personal testimony. A couple of months ago, I had a scare. I had a mass on my right side. So, of course, I had to go to the hospital. They had to do a biopsy and all that stuff. And, of course, those biopsies are a mess because they take it and they make you wait 14 days before you know what's what.
So 3 weeks.
So something that I had never, ever experienced in my entire life, and I am 55 years old, was anxiety.
Frustration.
I'm talking about just the anxiety part. I had never experienced that. I never experienced that in my life, and I couldn't for about the first 2 days, Hawks? I kept telling Hawks, I can't do this. I can't live like this. For 2 days, I couldn't shake it. I made the mistake of going on Google and asked Dr. Google. I typed in what the ER doctor put, what he told me, what he thought it was. I typed it in. Baby, Dr. Google told me that I didn't have more than a year to live and that this was a rare form and this, and this. And that anxiety just popped right in. And I could not shake it. I mean, I was throwing up. You remember I ran in the bathroom?
I was there.
Yeah, you were there. So I'm saying that was anxiety. A friend of mine, I was like, I don't know what that is. she said, you're having anxiety attacks. I'm like, oh, okay. I never experienced that before in my life. So I'm going to tell you what I did. Because while going through it, I said, I can't live like this. I couldn't shake that. I can't do this. So I went upstairs in my bedroom. I laid on my floor and I cried out to my God and I prayed and I asked him over and over. I said, Lord, I need you to give me your peace. I said, Lord, I need your peace. I said, if I go back to that doctor and he tell me that it is what they're saying it is and it's all bad, I can go through it as long as I have your peace. And I meant that thing. So I'm saying whatever you are going through in life, whatever you're going through during this pandemic, I encourage you to grab onto the peace of God that surpasses all. Grab onto your peace, because if we have peace, we have trust, we have faith, we have belief in God, we can go through this thing. And it doesn't mean that somewhere it said, it doesn't mean that God is going to make that mountain move, but just something about having God by my side. That's how the Hebrew boys, Daniel and the lions, they had God's peace. They had that trust. So everything that was going on around them, it didn't necessarily affect them because they had that blessed assurance that, oh, okay, I'm following God.
Amen.
I have that blessed assurance. So that's what I'm saying.
And it's
I
funny.
always try to let people know I don't come from a point of not being realistic. Right now, if I pinch Deacon Hawks, he's saved and everything, but guess what? He gonna say, ouch. If you walk in front of a truck, it's gonna hit you. So I'm not being unrealistic and saying that no, that's not where I'm going. But something about whatever you're going through, go through it in the peace of God, and He'll make it all right because you'll go through it in peace.
Amen.
That's what I'm saying.
Amen. That was good too. I mean, and you're absolutely right. And there's something about bearing witness to the word.
Yes.
Something about when you going through. God is really, really allowing us to, for lack of a better word, develop our testimony.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally given us an opportunity, like you said, to reflect or to take an introspective look for what God has really, really done for us and what He really, really means for us, to us.
Amen.
He's allowing us to re-examine,
Right.
not just us, but even our relationship with God, our witness. When we tell people about this Jesus Christ that we serve,
Mhm.
and we tell Him, that He's our Jehovah Jireh, our provider, or you know what I mean. When we tell people these things, and we've told them down through the years,
Right.
and people kind of see us go through things.
Yeah, they said, what does your witness say?
What does your witness say? I heard
Right.
what you said. I heard what you preached behind the pulpit.
Right,
But
right.
as soon as it hits your house,
I saw you.
and they might not call you out because they have a little respect for you. Or,
Right.
I see some things like people might see at me, and I don't call it all out.
Right,
out
right.
of out of a certain courtesy. But everybody knows what they know,
Mhm.
and there's nothing like God getting the glory out of your life,
Out of your
not
life.
because of who you say He is, but what they see who you serve and how He's brought you through.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nothing like people seeing, bearing witness. I mean, the wonderful thing, and of course, I can't help but to think of Psalms 27, the 13 and 14. Because we know we have, like you said, a blessed assurance.
Mhm.
And the word lets us know I've fainted unless I believe to see the
Unless I
goodness
believe to see the
of the Lord in the land of the living.
Amen.
Despite what's going on, I have fainted. In other words, I have just kind of like left the mark unless I believe to see the goodness of the Lord through all of this pandemic. That's what you were talking about. Somebody could listen to you and be like, she's talking about blessings and goodness and all of this stuff in the midst of everything that's going on. How dare you? But that's the language. That's the conviction that we, as the people of God, that's what we have. We can go to homegoings and we start quoting, the scripture, to be absent from this body is to be present with the Lord. And if this earthly tabernacle be dissolved, we have a building not made with hands, eternal in the heavens.
Amen.
That's real stuff for the
That's
people
real
of
stuff.
God. That's real stuff. And through this reflection, as you say, Lady Praise, it's an opportunity for us to reevaluate. It's not a time for us to be like, okay, God is going to get us.
Right,
You understand what I'm saying? It's really just a time of evaluation. Come to me that labor and heavy laden.
Right.
I'll give you rest.
Right.
Take my yoke upon you
Yeah.
and learn of me. You understand what I'm saying? So understand that God is for us. And when God is for us, He's more than the whole world against you. He's more than the whole situation against you. He's more than the whole pandemic against you. God is in control. Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage. He shall strengthen thine heart.
Amen.
Wait, I say, on the Lord.
Wait, I say on the Lord. Amen. So we just had our little Had to just get that out there.
And we were gonna get it out there anyway, one way or the other. But
Praise the Lord. I see Elder Pedro Showell's on.
Elder Pedro, we
praise him for the peace of God. Amen, brother.
We are praying for my brother. We will, from time to time, we will say certain things, but we won't go into too much detail. But we are praying for you, Elder Showell, our good friend and our good brother, and his wonderful wife, Marlette. And God is in control. Yes. And we thank God for you, and we are praying for you, brother.
Amen.
Who else is on there?
We also have Beverly Davis just signed in, Lisa Diane Hall, Professor J, Connie Walton. Looking at both feeds. Amen. Thank you all for tuning in, as well as those who are listening via the terrestrial radio station. We thank you for tuning in to your favorite and best gospel radio station. And it's just a joy to be able to come, in and spend this time with you all, enjoy some great gospel music as well as some awesome conversation. And as always, telephone lines are open. If you want to chime in, you want to give us a call, the number to call is 609-641-8870, and make sure you press extension number 1, and that will get you directly to the studio. Again, that number is 609-641-8870. Again, we thank you so much for tuning in. We have more great gospel music for you. You are hanging out again with El Presidente and Lady Praise.
I am going to do a little bit of house, I'm not going to say housekeeping, but housekeeping. I want to tell the people how they can donate. We went on for a little while, and we want to tell you how you can be a blessing to your favorite gospel music station. Again, we've been on the air for almost 11 years. We're a 501c3 nonprofit radio station, and we are governed under the laws of the 501c3, which makes your contributions, your donations, tax deductible. One way that you can be a blessing to this station is to go to wehavegospel.com. Go to wehavegospel.com and press the donate button and give any amount. You often hear the commercial that I put on that talks about $8 a month. You can do that, but you can do what you want. We have some people that give more, and I believe that we may have some people that do less, but whatever you give as unto the Lord. WeHaveGospel.com and press the donate button. Another way you can give is you can go to P.O. Box, put a check or money order in the mail and make it payable to WEHA and mail it to P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey, 08232. That's WEHA, P.O. Box 1674. I'm going to say it nice and slow. P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey, 08232. And last but not least, you can bring your donation right here to our studios at 3 Canale Drive in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, 08234. That's 3 Canale Drive, right off of Delilah Road, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, 08234. And then I should say, last but not least, if you call me, I'll come pick it up. Now, we say that, and everybody gets a kick out of that. Deacon Hawks, will you really come and pick it up? If it's worth more than the price of gas, I'm gonna come. Why not? Why not? I'm in business. We in business, right?
Uh-huh.
To this day, we've been in business since 1987, 30 some odd years. And to this day, I have customers that I tell, do not mail my check to me. I will come and pick it up. Because sometimes either people change their mind. Now the early bishop James Gandy, he used to say that. People would come and they would want to, put an offering or something like that, and he would send one of the deacons to get it, and I'm like, why can't they just bring it tonight? Bishop Gandy at the time, early bishop, and he would say, because folk change their minds.
Sure do.
people change
it's
their
hard.
mind, or it might get lost in the mail. You know
Might
what
get
I'm
lost
saying?
in the mail.
So I'm saying
There are things that can
that a
happen.
lot of y'all, especially pastors and stuff, have on their mind, but they're not gonna say it.
Uh-huh.
You understand what I'm saying? You need that finance.
Amen.
You need that finance. So you know what I mean. God is he done made the way. He made that way for somebody to have a mind to give. But just in case they question, you know what I mean. Be prepared to go pick it up. I'll pick it up.
Amen.
All right. Now I'm not speaking for everybody. You do what y'all want to do. Do what you have to do. I'll deliver it and I'll pick it up. That's
Amen.
just me. Okay. So
Also, let me give them another way. You can two other ways that you can pay is through our Cash App.
Okay.
If you deal with Cash App, we're $ we have gospel.
Okay.
Again, that's $ we have gospel. That's our Cash App. And through our website, www.wehavegospel.com. If you log on and it'll say donate, there's a big donate button. Press that and just follow the prompts, and you can donate directly that way as well. And again, as always, we thank you in advance. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir.
all right. So we are going to get ready to get back to the music. Did y'all get those ways to donate though? Did y'all hear that? I know a lot of times we have people on the air and they get it all mixed up. They say that wehavegospel.com, press the donate button, and then they try to give the address and all that, and they don't mean no harm. We be having it sitting right here for them to read, but they don't always read it. God bless their hearts. So that's why I have to tell them. I don't have to look at anything. I know it. Okay.
Right.
So wehavegospel.com, press the donate button, mail to P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey 08232. Bring it to 3 Canale Drive, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey 08234. Also, as the lady Praise just said, somebody just asked us last week.
Cash App.
Cash App.
Amen.
So what is it? $?
We have gospel.
I'm a dinosaur, so you know I got to ask over again. $?
We have gospel.
Okay.
Amen.
No .com or nothing like that. Just $? We have gospel. Okay then. All right then. And then of course I'll come pick it up.
And of course, Deacon Hawks will come pick it up. We're going to add that to everything else.
Somebody came.
Deacon.
2 people came last week, didn't they?
Last week one person came.
One
and,
person
she
came.
actually made a donation for 88.7 for the
That's
year.
right.
Amen.
She
So
brought
we
it right
thank
here
God
to the
for her.
studio. So
Amen.
thank God for her.
Amen.
And then one pastor, he committed $100 a month.
Amen. He sure did.
He sure did. $100 a month. He said starting the
Starting
1st
of April. Amen.
And he said that he's going to do it through the end of the year.
Amen.
Amen. So that's a blessing.
Amen.
So you
We
might not
thank
have
God.
$100 a month. You might have less, but you may have more.
Amen.
I don't know about you, but I'm believing God for greater. I'm believing Him for greater,
Amen.
and not just to line my pockets with. If I get money, then of course my pockets are going to be lined.
Amen.
But it's only fun. I'll say it that way. It's only what you do for Christ is going to last. When you get some money and you able to be a blessing to somebody, it's nothing like it. That to me is it's fun to give.
It is.
It's fun to give. When I hear people, and I'm gonna let you move on, but when people give to this radio station, Lady Praise, and I watch the different programs and all of the different topics. Now, we ourselves, for instance, me and you, we can't cover everything. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But God sends us people in here, for instance, that have different skill sets and different takes on different things and are able to provide valuable information. And to think that God would use us in a way to be able to provide that to our listening audience, when I hear it, I'm always in awe. So as much as we are the caretakers of this ministry, if you will, we're also fans. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, we're not California where we hear somebody and they're talking about everything all over the world. When we hear the different political issues that go on right here in Atlantic City and the different causes that are being illuminated on this station, that is every time I hear something that's relevant to what's going on in this area, I'm always at least thinking, even if I don't say it audibly, to God be the glory.
Amen.
To God be the glory. So continue to keep us in prayer. Continue to keep us in your giving view, if you will, for those that desire to be a blessing. We are about a good work in this part of the vineyard.
Amen. Amen. So we're going to get you back to the music that you love to hear while I'm setting up for the next set of music. Who is this? Oh, M.D. Stokes and Victorious. So the song is entitled Changes.
All right, that's local right there, right?
No, it's not.
That's not Brother Stokes? Okay.
No Deacon Hawks.
Bum, 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 bum.
You have it turned up? I don't hear it.
What you got? Start it over.
It's
Can you start it over? No, it's on.
Why we don't hear
Oh, okay, got you.
Cause I'm not afraid to say.
I'm not afraid to say that I'm not all that I should be.
God's still working on me. But one thing I know.
But I'm so glad that I'm not what I used to be.
I've come a long way. The places I used to go.
Places I used to go.
The people I used to know.
People I used to know.
Them things that I used to do.
Things that I used to do have all changed. Now that I know.
Cause there's been some changes. Yeah.
Into my life.
Yeah. There's been some changes. Since you came.
Into my life.
Come on, VP. Let's just keep it real. Listen, I'm not afraid to admit it.
I'm not afraid to say that I'm not.
I know I'm not.
All that I should be.
And I ain't the only one. But I'm so glad.
I'm so glad that I'm not what
I sure ain't what I used to be. The places I used to go.
places I used to go.
And you know them people I used to hang out with.
People I used to know.
Them things that I used to do.
Things that I used to
I don't do no more.
all changed.
Now that I know you.
Now that I know.
Cause there's been some changes.
Some changes
Yeah.
into my life.
Oh, I thank God I'm not that person I used to be.
There's been some changes
Since you came into my life.
my life.
Hey, I don't do the things that I used to do. Since you came into my life, my days are much brighter now. Ever since you came. Now let me talk to somebody out there today. If any man be in Christ, he or she is a new creature. Now what that means is that all things are passed away. Hallelujah. Behold, all things are made new. So my brother, if you want to, you can change. My sister, you can change. You don't have to stay the same. You can change. There's a whole new life. And it's waiting for you. Listen, you know I've often heard it said, and it is a true saying, that you'll never see the sunrise, always looking back. Well, now that God's made you brand new, sometimes you just gotta learn how to say bye-bye to yesterday. Come on, VP. Yeah. Bye-bye to yesterday. Come on, I see you right now. Wave your hand and say bye-bye. Bye-bye to yesterday. You know that old relationship that didn't mean you no good. Just let it go. Bye-bye to yesterday. And for all those things that everybody always reminds you that you're used to do, sometimes you just gotta say bye-bye to yesterday. Listen, I refuse to go back. Bye-bye. Yeah. Bye-bye to yesterday. Come on, just make up in your mind that you're not gonna go back to what it used to be. Yeah.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye to yesterday. Yeah. Oh, my God. I believe God.
All righty, so that's the sound of M.D. Stokes and Victorious. They are the Stokes, but they're not the Atlantic City Stokes. So we thank God for that song. I think he actually hit the Billboard charts a couple of years ago. He's an indie artist. The whole project, though, is awesome. If you get that whole CD, it is really good. They have some nice songs on there. So we're going to keep things going for you. We're going to get ready to move over to some worship songs, which is actually my favorite. I'm just trying to do radio right now, so I'm giving you a little bit of everything. But we're going to go into our worship mode right now. I know trying to wait for the top of the hour legal ID needs to air before we move on, as per FCC regulations and everything. So hope you guys are enjoying the time with us on today. Lady Praise hanging out with also El Presidente. We're going to be here with you about to the 6 o'clock hour or so. But again, thank you so much for tuning in. If you would like to call in, you can always give us a call, 609-641-8870. Make sure that you press extension number 1 so that you can get directly to the studio. Again, that number is 609-641-8870. And you're tuned into your favorite and best gospel radio station. That's 88.7.
88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
Amen. And also 100.3, both on your FM dial. So we're going to keep the music going for you. Deacon Hawks wants to say, what's up, El Presidente?
I want to remind everybody, if you didn't know, we said at the top of the hour, it's almost our 38th wedding anniversary.
Amen.
And I thank God for you.
And I thank God for you as well, hon.
Being married to you for almost 38 years.
Wow.
It'll be 38 years Friday.
Amen. Amen.
And we were kids, and but God has blessed us to come a mighty long way.
Yes, he has.
And
all praise to God.
All praise to God, and I thank God for it. So, we're celebrating that. So we got a lot to be thankful for.
Amen. Absolutely.
All right. Okay, don't you got some more to say about that? Hey, look, tell Passay to call back later. We talking about our anniversary.
That was Calandra. Calandra, I'm gonna call you back. She cooked dinner for us. That's what it is.
Okay, but right now we
she
talking
sent
about
me
our
a text.
But right now we talking about our 38th wedding anniversary.
Amen. We talked about it earlier. But yes, we can talk about it again.
Now I want to talk about when
you have particular things you want to talk about. Okay.
Like when we first met.
Say what it is you're trying to say.
When we first met, and how you took one look at me, and like on Martin, you just floated across the room. To me.
You said it correctly. Like on Martin, which is a fictional story. Which you are telling right now. You are telling a fictional account.
Oh, you're going front on radio now.
He is telling a fictional account. When I first met Deacon Hawks,
don't tell too much.
It's surprising that we're married because Deacon Hawks has always been like the
crazy.
Funny guy. Yeah,
That's
crazy.
That's another word for crazy.
Yeah. So when I first met him, I'm like, okay. But he did sweep me off my feet eventually. But when I first met him, the first impression was, okay, because Deacon Hawks was messing with me. Deacon Hawks is one of those guys that he still does it today. It's his personality. His sister will tell you when they were kids, she had to bust him upside the head with a bat because he kept messing with her. And Deacon Hawks, he still does that to this day.
That's my way of being friendly.
He calls it his way of being friendly. I call it, something else.
I don't believe in strangers and being standoffish and all of that crazy stuff. Sometimes.
So Darita had to hit you in the head with the bat because she was being. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, sometimes it gets you hit in the head with a bat. I remember one time my mother, I was messing with her.
Yeah, and the VCR.
And she grabbed the VCR on top of the TV.
I was there. I remember.
Ripped my shirt.
So just so I'm clear, now this was because she was being standoffish.
Because
so you had.
I don't
to
like
do
being
what
standoffish.
Okay, I'm just trying to be clear.
I like being friendly to everybody.
Okay.
It's just the mood you in at the time, whether
Okay.
you're going to receive it or not.
All right. Nothing having to do with you. It's all the other person.
It's all the other person.
Okay.
I've
I'm
been
just trying to
saying
be
that.
clear.
I'm the type person, for
Mhm.
instance, if you see everybody marching in a formation,
Uh-huh.
okay, and then you see one person marching out of step,
Uh-huh. Everybody else has it wrong.
everybody else has it wrong.
Got
I'm
it.
glad you understand.
Got it.
All right? So let's just make that clear. Everybody else got
Okay.
it wrong.
Everybody else got it wrong.
Everybody else got it
Okay.
wrong. Y'all get y'all lives together.
Hey,
y'all.
so don't think that just because you've been with somebody for 38 years that you know everything.
But hold
Deacon
on.
Hawks just enlightened me on today.
But hold on. Let's go back to
Oh,
when we
okay.
first met.
Okay.
I said I didn't just sweep you off your feet. I said you came floating.
And I didn't stutter. Martin is a fictional TV
said-
show, and
I
you're
said
telling
you
a
came,
fictional
you came
story.
Floating, you came floating like, wow. And I don't know what music
Don't do
was
it,
playing in
honey.
the background.
I need
or whatever.
something to let me. You always tell people. You was like, one thing about my wife. My wife ain't gonna lie for me. She gonna tell the truth.
So what are you saying?
Martin is a fictional
I ain't talking about
TV
Martin. You
show.
didn't float
And
to
the
me.
story in which you are telling
You didn't
is
float
also
to
a
me.
fictional story.
Hold
I
on.
did
You gotta
not.
put some music on, cause we
I
have to
did
go off
not
we
float
go-
to
You
you.
floated.
I did not float to
okay,
you.
It wasn't.
The real story is the beautiful story. This fictional thing that you're trying to throw in it's not real. It's fictional, honey.
Elaine,
Though I love you
Elaine
with
got this
all my
nice
heart,
soft
and I've
voice
always
going on right
loved
now.
you, but no, I did not just float to
she
you.
got this nice soft voice, this nice calm voice, you know what I mean, and all of that, and I hear her. I appreciate it for
Deacon
that.
Hawks bugging.
But I'm telling you, I can't prove it, but she floated.
Exactly. You can't prove it. It's like you just said, it's all in your mind. So guess what? If in your mind that's how it happened,
That's my
God
vibe.
bless
That's
you.
my version.
That's your version.
She
You're gonna
floated.
stick to it. Okay. And that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful picture.
All right.
At least you're not saying something offensive where I
No,
have to
no,
where I
never
have
that.
to be like, no.
No,
But
no,
it's
never
a beautiful thing if that was your take on it,
Never
that
that.
I floated directly to you.
Now, now that's how you
Uh-huh.
came to me. When I came to you, I said, "Wow, okay." I said, "I am going to ask her to marry me." I didn't do it right away, as you know. I didn't do it
Okay.
right away. But at a point, I looked at you and I said, "You know something? If you're ready to walk down the aisle." Then that's how I said, if you're
You
ready
did.
to
I
walk
do
down the
remember
aisle.
that.
And I said, I'm going to do my very, very best to make you happy.
Yes, you sure did.
I said, I'm going to be very, I said,
You said I don't have a million.
I said,
or you
I-
might
I
have said 1,000.
no,
or
I
whatever.
didn't name an amount. I said, and I'm going to just say it on the radio because you told me to keep it right. I said, I don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. That's what I said.
That's true. You sure did.
I said, but if you marry me, I promise to do my very, very best to make you happy and to be a good provider.
Amen.
Did I say that?
That's what you said. And
And I s-
38 years later, I can attest that is what you have did.
And thank you. And I said, but the caveat to that was, because if that's good enough for you, we can walk. I said, because what I don't want you to do is be like, you know how some women be like,
The shaking of the
shaking
head.
their head and putting their hands on their hips and
hands on
shaking
the
their
hips.
neck, talking about
Inward.
so
this and
inward,
that.
inward that and inward this.
Never,
you
never.
ain't got nothing and this and that and the other and all that. I said, don't do that.
I have never.
And my wife never did it.
I have never.
So the whole time when I was trying to, get enough to provide and all of that stuff as our journey went on, my wife has never like talked down to me or belittled me or anything like that. I wasn't having it no way, but thank God I never went through that. Now, that don't mean she won't get with me, but she never done that. Now, I just felt the need to say that because people be asking, how did you get to 38 years of marriage? You know what I mean? How you must really love each other. That goes without saying. But there's some other things that go along with that love: respect, tolerance, patience, understanding that you have to have too. On some days, as much as you love each other, you don't feel so lovey-dovey.
Right.
But you can't not still have understanding.
Right.
You still have to have patience.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So
because
I think
though we're one, we're two different individuals.
two different individuals.
Sometimes we have different outlooks and all of that. So, as you have to be able to respect one another, and sometimes you have to agree to disagree.
That's right. Like
You
you're
know.
doing now about you floating to me.
Exactly. We're going to agree to disagree.
I'm not agreeing that you should
Okay.
disagree.
Well, I'm gonna stick to what I said a few minutes
I
ago.
agree that you should just go along with it and roll with it.
There you go. If that's your vision of we're gonna roll with it. I floated over to you, and 38 years later,
I
I'm
like
still
the way you
floating.
said that. Say what did you do? You said you what?
I floated on over to you. Float, float, float on.
Go ahead. All right, Dad. All right, honey. Go ahead and put some music on.
Okay.
All right.
That was you. You took that little break.
Oh yeah, I had to tell people how it went and how it goes. But no, realistically though, everybody be out because they were even talking about that. Like this time, you got people they're arguing and going, from being cooped up together for so long. You can't just go and escape and hang out with your boys.
You can't
and
do
all
what
of
you
that.
usually
and
do.
go shopping and all
Can't
of that
go
stuff.
shopping.
No,
can't go to the pool hall.
you can't do that. Now is the time to
Can't
come
go to the
together
strip joint.
in
Can't do none of that.
in devotional and prayer. These are the things that you if you haven't been doing it, you better do it because it's going to make your marriage, your relationship stronger. It's going to make it it's just going to make it more beautiful. And you're going to find out that, man, I wish I was doing more of this. You know what I mean? Having devotional with my mate and having prayer with my mate and all the other things, the spiritual things. You know what I mean? Because we can go out and we can witness to everybody out in the world, everybody out there in the street, and forget our first witness, our first place of witness, and that's that of our own household.
Amen.
So, thankful, you talking about reflection, thankful for these, opportunities that we get to be able to get some things in order,
Amen.
to make it right. And it's a blessing.
Yeah, just be able to spend quality time with one another.
You told me about the chocolate cake you made me last
Yeah,
night?
I made Deacon Hawk's chocolate
You
cake.
made a chocolate cake for me last night.
It wasn't homemade from scratch. It was a box cake, but it was with love.
But you had to cook it though, right?
Yeah, it wasn't
Right, it wasn't
It was it was a box cake where I had to mix in the eggs and all that.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
it-
homemade.
Oh, okay. That's right. I made it at home.
You made
Duh.
it at home, yeah. You didn't just buy it from ShopRite.
I mean, it wasn't a from scratch chocolate cake.
But you had
I still have to learn that because for Christmas you bought me that awesome KitchenAid blender, which I made the
sweet
potato
potato
pies out of that, and they came out awesome. But still, you remember that a couple of years ago I was on this thing. I was determined I was going to learn how to make a pound cake.
I remember.
Still have not accomplished that, but yeah, we're going to keep trying.
Well, you
But I'm trying to get sugar-free recipes because Deacon Hawks is diabetic, and I'm borderline diabetic. I'm trying to beat it without medicine, which Deacon Hawks has been very helpful. He gives me tips on to do this, and this. So so.
But she made me a sweet potato pie. But what about?
Oh
2
yeah,
weeks
that was
ago?
sugar-free with
and she used stevia.
Yeah.
Instead of sugar.
Instead
She
of
used
sugar.
Stevia.
Both the brown sugar and the white sugar were both stevia products.
Right. So
Yeah.
stevia is a natural sugar.
Right.
A natural sugar substitute. I should
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
And it fit my palate just fine.
Good.
I was happy, and I
Yeah.
had a little bit of sugar-free whipped cream.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. And there's a lot of flack about the
what they do use.
what they use in these
Right.
sugar substitutes and all
Right.
of that. So
I guess everything, as long as you don't do
Moderation.
it right, as long as you do
Right.
it with the moderation, it should be fine.
Exactly. So it was fine. It was great. I loved it.
Yeah.
We
thank
we
you.
don't have no more.
We don't have any more between you and I. It's gone.
It's gone. So anyway, I mean,
Yeah.
all jokes aside, I thank God for you, Elaine, and I love you so much, and I appreciate you every day. And as time goes by, I I just have more and more admiration for you. Of course, as my wife and the mother of my children, the grandmother to my grandkids, but also as my business partner, my friend, and my confidant, someone that I could literally pour things out of myself and just pour to you. And and again, you don't pull any punches with me because you love me, so you tell me the truth. And like you said, a lot of times I might not want to hear it, just like you don't want to hear it. But that's what we're helpers one of another.
Amen. Amen. So it's been a beautiful journey. 38 years.
Amen.
38 years.
Amen.
We've raised our children.
Mm-hmm.
Just good times. You go back and you look at the different things. Taking our children to Disney. I mean, you gotta remember. What is it? The scripture where it said, when they said Jesus of Nazareth, can anything good come out of Nazareth?
No. Yeah.
Well, no, but that one as well.
Right,
but I know
right.
there's another scripture where it says Lodabar.
Right.
Yeah, but I was watching one of the Son of God last night, and then that one. But anyhow, so I look at both of us. Both of us came from broken homes, so to speak.
Yeah.
Where there's dysfunction, and so I mean, they do statistics on this, that, and the third, and the statistics say that 17 and a 19-year-old are getting married back in 1982, coming from, broken homes like we did, that, we were not going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
We were not going to surely be the owners of a company that employs 73 people.
Amen.
Surely not.
And keep our employees, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do want to take the time to just ask the people of God to keep our employees in prayer. Most of our work is medical. We clean a lot of medical facilities. So, we assist, if you will, the people on the front lines, the doctors and the nurses, because we have to clean up after them. We're the ones that disinfect the equipment and the floors and the medical beds and the galls that are on the floor and we have to go in and disinfect everything. So we're constantly putting ourselves right in the line of fire, if you will, for this pandemic. So in all sincerity, we ask you to join us in praying for our staff at Hawks Janitorial and all of those that are the doctors, the nurses, and those that clean up behind them. It's real. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to throw that out.
So anyhow, as I was saying, so when I look over my life, I look over your life, I look over our lives together, I definitely see nothing but the handiwork, the grace, the mercy of God. Because where man may have looked upon us and what statistics may have said, God said differently. And I thank God for, the people that God put in our lives, the early Bishop James Gandy, his wife, Mother Gandy. I mean, they were, wow. They just had a lot to do with who we are today.
Amen.
With, just bringing us up in church. And, Mother Gandy took the time to talk to the young ladies. And, yeah, she taught us how to be wives. She told us, don't you send your husband to church with the wrinkled black-looking shirt. You want to, Mother Gandy didn't have a lot of mercy with their words. But hey, that was Mother Gandy. But, she told us, don't be, your husband want to see silverware. You serving, plastic all the time. Plastic fork, plastic spoon, this, that, and the other. I mean, she taught us things of that on taking care of the home.
And Bishop Gandy, early Bishop Gandy, he would teach particularly, well, he taught us all, but he would put a lot of emphasis to the men in the church, which, I was a kid, but I was still a man.
Mm-hmm.
And he would put, that a man, you want to have something.
Right.
You want to be able to leave a legacy.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? You want to be able to. He's like, you don't want to be in church and and in your family, for instance, and you ain't got nothing.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of people try to undermine that because of their current situation. But if you a man, you want to be able to do something.
They sold into us
They
home ownership.
deposit, absolutely.
They sold and deposited, thank you, into us owning a business and owning another business and, go for it. And like he said, legacy, they deposited all of that into our lives to where we're like, oh, okay, we gonna do it.
And we stretched out on
And
faith.
we stretched out on faith.
I didn't believe at first. You couldn't do nothing to help me believe in tithing.
You didn't believe in tithing?
In the beginning.
In the
beginning.
I never knew you didn't.
No, I'm talking
What do you mean when you were a kid?
I'm talking about when I was a kid.
Oh, okay.
You couldn't like I used to hear talking about tithing as a kid. I couldn't see it. Giving 10% of what you understand what I'm saying? Of course, I didn't have a relationship
right
with God, and I couldn't appreciate
you didn't understand the principle.
The principles or the oracles. I didn't have an understanding of it. But it was a song saying years ago that came out that said, "How do you know if the orange is bitter or sweet unless you try it for yourself?" And I thank God that like you said, we tried it. You understand what I'm saying? It started off really, when I became of that point where I was considering things that, okay, I'm going to try it. And yes, God started blowing my mind. And it's not like we've arrived or anything like that.
Oh,
it's not like, but God has shown himself, and I guess this is where we're going with this, that God will show himself faithful to you when you honor the things of God. When you talk, when you say, look, God, I'm going to do it your way. I'm not going to lean to my own understanding, but I'm going to acknowledge you in all my ways and let you direct my path. Now, some people might throw shade at you. Some people might try to pervert it. Some people might try to say you must be out of your mind. Let the naysayer talk. Let the naysayer talk. But I'm telling you, when God does things for you, like I love being a giver. I love being a giver. It's a scripture that says, "Pay your vow in the presence of the people." It's not about you being seen or anything like that. But no, when you're in church, and people are called to stand up and bring their offerings and all of that, for instance, what you're doing is it's like a declaration to people. You're letting them know that, hey, wait a minute, I'm with the program. You understand what I'm saying? I'm with the program. So my thing is, we with the program, and it served us well. It served us well. So
Amen.
that's what I thank God for the most. It's not about the amount all the time. People get hung up. Well, if they can't give this amount, they don't do anything. Or if somebody gives a lot, they just doing it to show off. And you're doing, people kind of like have a lot of qualifications for somebody else's giving.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? But you just do what God tell you to do. How you gonna be? And I'm gonna be done with it after that. How you gonna be trusted with much, and you wasn't faithful over little? You understand what I'm saying? You want if God set up, and think about it, if God set up for you to handle $1 million, are you really in a position to handle $1 million? Real talk. You understand what I'm saying? Are you really in a position? So my thing is, I'm like, Lord, send it. And then, Lord, bless me that I handle it right, that I do things his way.
Right. When you get the million. Remember the other bishop said, man was like, I got a case going, Pastor. When this case come in, I'm going to bless the church real good.
That's right.
Kept telling that for months and months at a time. And then what is it that happened?
He said, Pastor, when I get this suitcase in, I'm gonna bless you and your family, and I'm gonna put an addition on the church, and you know, I'm just going to be a blessing to everybody, and I'm going to give, and we're going to set up a new wing and a daycare center and all that when I get this suitcase. So then time went by, and then the pastor said, I remember about 6 months ago you said, you know, you were going to do this for the church when you got the suitcase in. He said, just wait. I'm going to do it, Pastor. I promise you. I'm telling you, I'm going to let you and your wife go out and go shopping, and, you know, we're going to give to the poor, and we're going to set up ministries around the country and everything. So then another 6 months went by, and the pastor said, you know, Brother so-and-so, you said, you know, when you get this money, when you get this suitcase, you was going to do this and do that. And then Brother so-and-so said, well, Bishop or Pastor, it's like this. When I didn't have the money, I had the mind. But now that I got the money, I just don't have the mind.
Let the music play.
So I ask you again, when you get that $1 million, it ain't that the Lord don't want to give it to you. You understand what I'm saying? But are you in a position to get $1 million? I'm asking you. Are you in a position to get $1 million? Now think about that thing. You still have time, my friend. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway.
All right. So on that, we're going to take a break. We're going to go ahead and play some music for you, and we'll be right back. It's 5:24 in the afternoon on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. You're tuned in to 88.7 on your FM dial, 100.3 FM, WEHA, your favorite and best gospel radio station, hanging out with El Presidente and Lady Praise. So this song is by none other than John P. Key. And as we're saying, you don't know my story. So the song is entitled Life in Favor.
God has brought you from. You don't really understand it. They don't know your story.
You don't know my story.
You don't know
The things.
You don't know the things that I've come through.
You cannot imagine.
Cannot imagine
Pain, the trial.
the pain, the trials I've had to endure.
You don't know.
You don't know my story. You don't know the day he
I was at my lowest.
At my lowest point.
You cannot imagine.
the strongholds and the walls that sever.
But God has been faithful.
God has been faithful to me.
He promised.
He would never leave me.
My story.
My story proves that God can use me.
Deliverance
This
is.
is my testimony.
You don't know.
My story.
It would blow your mind.
That's the key. They don't know.
My story.
Story. Say it, LeJune.
You don't know my story. The anguish and the guilt that consume me. Grateful I can tell it. For no more shall the shackles condemn me. You don't know my story.
You just don't know.
For if you did, you would lift up your hands. So just let me tell you, by faith you may as well break out and dance.
I love this about God because even though I'm not perfect,
He would never leave.
My
my story
Story proves that God can use.
and my
and
deliverance.
deliverance is.
What I want to share is my testimony.
You don't know
Somebody needs to know my story.
story.
Ah,
It would blow your mind.
can I get a witness?
You don't know
My story.
my story.
And it's through my testimony that I overcome.
And the blood you shed delivered
I've been delivered. I've been set free. And now I have a testimony. you to know that. Life and favor. Thank you for bringing me out. You think you know, but let me tell it. Life and favor. God, thank you for your mercy. And you love me. Life and favor. Oh, how wondrous. God is my story. Life and favor. You wouldn't believe my real testimony. Can't imagine. Some people, they walked out on me and they gave up on me, said I wouldn't make it, but God brought me out. If you only knew, you'd understand why I praise like this. Come on, can we take it up? Say, I'm delivered. Here is my story. Yes, God. Got the favor of God upon me. You don't know. My business. You're not out there. Life and favor. He's the God of mercy. Life and favor. Hallelujah. Is my story. Life and favor. If you got a story, just lift your hands and be a witness and say what I've gone through. Life and favor. I'm delivered with a testimony. You gotta have a testimony to sing this one. Look somebody in the face and say, can't imagine what I'm going through. God did it. God did it. I can't take credit for it. God did it. God did it. God did it. God did it. Pastor Keith, I'm so grateful. It's my story. It's my story. Thank you, Jesus. Can't imagine everything I've gone through. Say it, legit. God did it. God did it. God did it. God did it. That don't look like what I'm come through. Yeah.
Those that know it and you want to stand and sing it with us, it's okay. Church choir, you can stand right where you are. Song says, I do. Oh, no, no, yes. I do. I do. I do. Let's say that again. I really do. Oh, Lord. I really do worship you, yes. Oh, no, yeah. For your goodness and your glory. For the joy inside. Let's all say, oh, how excellent. Excellent. Here's your presence. Glory, glory. We'll bless your name for your goodness and your glory. For the joy. Peace you gave to me. How many really have peace? For the day you set me free. Set me free. For your goodness and your for the joy. Say I do. Yes I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Worship you. And your glory. And your glory. How many know God's gonna get his glory anyhow? He's been real good. For your goodness. For your goodness. In spite of all you're going through, it could be just a little worse. Throw your hand up and say, and your glory. And your glory. Hallelujah. 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 Yes. Hey, he's so faithful. He's so faithful. How many know we serve a faithful God? I need about 3 more witnesses to get up on your feet and say, he's so faithful. Hey. He's so faithful. Yes, he is. Yes, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's so faithful. He's so faithful. Wave your hand. Let the world know you serve a faithful God. Everybody say he's so faithful. He's so faithful. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Hey, Lord, I love you. Lord, I love you. Hey, how many really love him in here? Everybody can't sing this part. Come on, Lord, I love you, Jesus. Lord, I love you. Come on, wrap your arms around yourself. When nobody else cared about you, he was there late in the midnight hour. Lord, I love you. Lord, I love you. Yes, I do, Lord Jesus. I really do love him, my people. Yes, I do. Lord, I love you. Lord, I love you.
We used to just play Follow the Leader. The leader said, lift your hands. You just lift your hands. The leader said, clap, clap.
Lead the
leader
music
said,
on.
sway, you sway. But
Amen.
get
I
to a
hope you're
point
enjoying the
beyond
music.
veil,
So
or your
have
worship
one more song for you.
is
This
for
is
real.
another one of my praise and worship songs
Candace is going to
that,
come
that I just listen to me. I may play
Bishop
the song.
Gordon
I may
is
go
gonna
into my
jump
prayer
in here a
room,
little bit.
And
we're going to leave
this is
here
a good
tonight
song, so I hope
worshiping
that
the
you
Lord.
enjoy it. And this song is entitled "My Worship."
How many
Is
know
for
if he
Real."
never does anything else, he's already done enough? He's worthy of all the worship because of who he is. Come on, clap your hands, everybody.
All the things that I've been through. You can't feel my pain. You can't feel my pain. What I had to go through to get here. You'll never understand my praise. Don't try to figure it out.
Because my worship,
Because
my worship,
my worship is for real.
because my worship,
Because my worship is for real. You don't know my story.
all the things that I've been through. You can't feel my pain.
What I
understand my praise. You'll never understand my praise. Don't try to figure it out. Because my worship. Because my worship. My worship is for real. How many of you believe that tonight? Because my worship. Because my worship. My worship is for real. I've been through I can't tell it all. I must worship Him. Lord, you've been so good to me. I must worship Him. You don't know like I know what the Lord has done for me. I must to worship Him. I've been through too much. Nah. To worship Him. Come on and worship God in this place. Come on. Say hallelujah. 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 We came to let you know that my worship is. My worship is for me. Say thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I don't know about you, but my worship is for real. My worship is for real. Say, Lord, I love you. Lord, I love you. Lord, I love you. Lord, I love you. I stand tonight to tell you my worship is for real. My worship is for real. You're so worthy. You're so worthy. You're so worthy. You're so worthy. Oh, Lord. My worship is for real. Hallelujah. 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 My worship is for real. My worship is for real. Say thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. My worship is for real. My worship is for real.
will make the darkness light before you. Whatever is wrong, I'll make it right before you. All of your battles I will fight for you. Yeah. And the hard place, God said it. And the hard place, He said I'm big enough and I'm bad enough. Oh, got in there, but it won't work. It won't work. You got to come through the blood of Jesus first. And 10,000 angels. I'm here to declare and tell you that it won't work. It won't work. Come on, open your mouth and say it won't work. It won't work. Yeah, the devil is a liar. The devil is a liar.
Alrighty. That was LaShawn Pace. I tell you, that one is one of my favorites. But hey, if we was in church, I'd say look to your neighbor and tell your neighbor to tell somebody that it won't work. All the weapons, it will not work. Amen. So we thank God for that. I think Deacon Hawks is looking to load a song up for us. So we're enjoying this time with you. It's about 5:50 on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, and we are hanging out with you in the studio here at the WEHA studios, playing some great gospel music, having some great conversation, and we are, God is good, and we're just enjoying ourselves.
Amen. Great conversation, a few laughs.
A few laughs in there.
Now, one thing about Deacon and Sister Hawks, we're going to laugh. We are going to laugh. We both have a sense of humor through it all, and we just are so glad to be here. We just count ourselves so privileged and blessed to be able to do what we do. A lot of people, for instance, they do what they do, but they don't always love it. Mm-hmm. We get to do what we do, and we love what we're doing. So we thank God for that, and we love you. We know most of you that listen to us and support us and encourage us, and just been hanging in there with us through it all, and we thank God for you because of it. I'd be remiss, and I kind of do this every time I go on the air since I don't come on as much now. I like to thank God for all of those that come on the air from time to time. In the community with, I'm just calling no particular order, but in the community with Dr. Thelma Witherspoon, 9 o'clock every Saturday morning.
Amen.
And Duncan and Rachel, Morning Glory with the Gospel Duo Duncan and Rachel every Saturday morning for Dr. Thelma Witherspoon at 9 a.m. Every Sunday morning for Duncan and Rachel, the Gospel Duo, with Morning Glory at 9 a.m. We thank God for them. We thank God for, of course, Shiloh Apostolic Cathedral, Bishop Bilal Parrish. He's been on from day one.
Amen.
His church, and we thank God for them coming on every Sunday morning at 11 a.m.
Amen.
We thank God for them. We thank God for Union Baptist Temple Church. Ezekiel Grand Bay is the pastor every Sunday at 12 noon.
Amen. Pastor Kenny Applewhite.
Pastor Kenny Applewhite every Sunday morning at 10:30.
Amen.
And thank God for
the NAACP.
NAACP with Councilman and President of the NAACP, Kaleem Shabazz, every Tuesday.
Amen.
At 4:30.
And Side Pieces.
Side Pieces every Tuesday at 5 o'clock with Pastor Willie Dwayne Francois and Susan Colcutt. Mm-hmm. I get her name mixed up. It's Colcutt. I try to say it with a straight face, and I mess it up every time. Susan Colcutt. She know who she is. Susan even if I had it written down, I wouldn't say it right. But Susan Colcutt, and we thank God for her. And did we leave any of the ministries out?
Oh, yeah. Julie Farmer.
Julie Farmer,
her
absolutely.
Program, which airs on Thursdays.
Amen. And we thank God for they've been with us off and on for a couple of years now. Mm-hmm. And with Lisa, what's her co-host's name?
That sound right. You said Lisa L.
Lisa L. Yeah. We need to write them down. Yeah, but they come on, and we thank God for them on Thursdays at 5 o'clock. And I know all the times by heart because I'll be listening. And, we just have a wonderful group of people that come on. And, even the people that you may not hear every day that are part of this radio station that have imparted their gift and their wisdoms and information. Bishop John Gandy, we thank God for him. And also, we thank God for those that have come on the air previously that may not be on there now, but they contributed to WEHA. I was thinking about Dr. Gloria Gay. Dr. Gloria Gay, and with thinking about her, and just so many people. And we thank God for it.
That's those who work behind the scenes. We have Super Steph.
Super
Steph has been with us from
day
day
one.
one. We have Professor J.
Professor J, and we thank God
technical
for
staff in the background, production staff, all of that good stuff. Lisa Diane Hall, who's our newest marketing and sales. She's taken hold of that. Even Teron Oglesby.
That's right.
He's been learning the board, so he's actually doing a couple of shows now where he actually runs the board. He started off as an intern. So we thank God for that.
It's also an opportunity, talking about the interns like Teron that started off as an intern.
Tawana Davis.
Tawana Davis, that's right. And Sister Gal, Michelle Stevenson. And but also, if you're out there, for instance, and particularly college students, you can actually get college credits towards your degree when you utilize WEHA. We've had interns that have come aboard from Stockton and Atlantic Community College that have literally gained college credits through coming on board with WEHA. And you never know where it's going to lead you.
Amen.
And so it's good. We watched Steph basically get his degree right here on WEHA.
Amen.
And many a times he would sit in the studio in the production room, and he was supposed to be doing WEHA work, but he was doing his work. But we didn't blow him out of the water. And so when he got his degree at Stockton, we were sitting proudly at Stockton watching him walk to get his diploma.
Sure did.
Because we knew that we were vested in it.
Amen.
And that's the just the joy that you get in watching someone start from their genesis, from their beginning, and watch them to go on and do wonderful things. And when you do it for WEHA, we believe and know that God is pleased. You're doing it for the kingdom.
Amen.
Amen. Because we are contributing to the things of the kingdom.
Amen. Then always we want to, thank God for our pastor, Bishop Dr. Fred Jerkins Jr.,
Amen.
Who support us in everything that we do in all of our business ventures. First Lady Sylvia Jerkins, those of you who know her know that she's just a prayer warrior. So we just thank God for how she keeps us before the Lord in prayer, again, with all of our business ventures and, just the task of being a business owner. Even though this is a ministry, it's both. For us, it's more of a ministry than it is a business, but it is a business. And
Amen.
It has to be ran as such. We have rules and regulations that we have to follow and all of that stuff that goes along with it. But we just thank God for the supporting staff behind us, those of you who we don't, know your name, and those who we do know your name. Dozier, Miss Dozier, Deborah Dozier, she's always, see her in the street. You see her on Facebook, wherever. She's just always singing the praises.
Definitely pro WEHA.
She's Mrs. WEHA. To all programs. She was a great supporter of the Remnant Hip Hop when they were on and everything. Just a great supporter of the radio station. Jerome Stanley, his
Stanley,
family.
My brother, that's right.
Just people who have just been great supporters. And even, you go through the names that you don't hear. We have the 8 for 88.7. I have many people, their $8 every month shows up in our PayPal account. because they have reoccurring $8 every month it comes through. And we thank God for it. You may not know, well, how can I support this radio station? What can I do? As always, you can always pray. If you don't have no money, please pray.
I want to give a special shout out as well. Again, like you said, it's people behind the scenes that you never hear their name, and they might not even do a show or anything. You might not even hear their commercial, but they're a great supporter of this station.
Yeah.
Robert Barnes, I want to thank God for him. He's been a great supporter of this station, and we thank God that he runs a couple of child care centers.
Okay.
And we thank God for him.
Amen.
And every month he's right here.
Amen.
And we thank God for that. And again, just a bunch of people that are really help us do what we do, and we couldn't do it without them.
Amen.
And even as the Lord just leads them, and to be a blessing, we thank God for it.
Amen. So are we staying on after 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I was getting ready to do a sign off. I'm actually gonna sign off, but last week when we signed off, Deacon Hawks was here, I think, for about 2 hours more, playing with the music and all that. But hey, if that's what cause he has been homebound before it became law, so to speak. Deacon Hawks, under his doctor's orders, it was law that he had to stay home and stay off his feet. So just being able to come out like this.
I'm like outside.
So you do you, but I know Calandra is trying to deliver us dinner.
Yeah, well, hang out with me for a little while longer, honey. Like I said, it's funny. I'm in anniversary mode right now.
Oh, okay.
And we got 5 more days, and we're not gonna be on too much longer because I'm ready to go home as well.
Oh, okay.
But I just want to stay on for a few more minutes and everything. And we do pray and hope that you're getting something out of what we're doing. If anybody knows me, I'm constantly talking about the station and the impact of the station and the relevance of the station. I'm constantly talking about it. It's almost like I got a one-track mind, and I get it, but it's just a mighty poor frog that can't praise his own pond. You know what I mean? And for you that might be watching on Facebook, you see the 2 Stellar Awards behind us. We want you to continue to pray for us. We are nominated actually for a 3rd Stellar Award.
We are.
But they had to postpone it
to August.
Yeah,
as of right
is it
now.
August? Okay.
As a matter of fact, Don Jackson, who is the owner and founder of the Stellar Awards, he's going to be calling in this week, either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's going to do he's going to interview with Super Steph. Super Steph is actually a great interviewer. So he's going to do an interview with him, just talking about future, what's going on. I think they're renaming the Stellar Awards for this year to coincide with the pandemic.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's called 2020. Some I don't want to mess it up, but they are doing something of that sort. But you can tune in this week, and he's going to call in and give us some information about that. And if it's the Lord's will, in August, if they still have it, we'll be going to Las Vegas in August to hopefully go get our 3rd Stellar Award.
You know something that's funny because
while we're there, we can go see Deacon Doug and Sister Anna.
Well, they in California.
They're West Coast. Okay, but while we're on the West Coast.
We'll see. But we miss them. As a matter of fact, big shout out to Deacon Doug.
Deacon
it's
Doug
his birthday.
and Sister Anna. Oh,
it's his
happy birthday,
yeah.
Deke.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Well, I was thinking about it, though. We were shouting the different ministries out, and I would be remiss. That's why I guess we have to make sure we write stuff down. But
we're in the 50 Club.
I can't. Yeah, how about that? I cannot leave out my main man. That's none other than Dr. Bishop Robert F. Hargrove.
Oh, absolutely.
And the Grace Family
it's his church, and then go beyond that, Fellowship of Churches.
He's the president of the Fellowship of Churches,
Amen.
and just an all-around good brother and a
Amen.
good friend.
Great supporter of
great
the
supporter
station.
of the radio station, and a great supporter of us.
Of us personally.
And of us
Amen.
personally. And
Amen.
I thank God. It's good to have friends and people in your life, for instance, that will constantly go out of their way to encourage you. And that's always a wonderful thing, and we don't take it for granted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, something, I do got a song, but I don't know if you wanted to pick up the pace a little bit or what.
Can.
No, you can if you got something, you can put it on. Cause I got one more kind of like slow song, but you know, I guess if we get ready to sign off, we want to kind of pick up the pace a little bit. So I'll let you find something. She's kind of like.
I mean, what do you want? I'm out of my element today because my iPod that really has all of my great playlist on that I've had for years and years is not working. So I tried to put something together, but I don't really have everything together at my fingertips. So
In
I'm
other words,
trying to
you're
make
not
it
in
work.
your flow right now.
So I'm not 100% in Elaine Hawk's flow the way I do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I think everybody's still enjoying it, though. You know something? I think everybody's still. I'm gonna put on a anthem song that would probably be appropriate for us right now. We were playing it right around the 10th anniversary of the banquet of our WEHA banquet.
What is it?
And I'm going to put it on now.
Okay.
As soon as I find it. But
who is it by?
It has a guy Walker. And it
Which one?
We Made It.
Oh, We Made It.
Yeah, and that song was a blessing.
Fast song.
It's like a testimony to, you know, everything that we've been through and all of that. And I want to try to find it. Yeah, we'll be a little bit more prepared next time, I guess. But as they say, the show must go on. I can't find it.
Okay. All righty. Well, as I oftentimes say, it's reality radio.
If it was anybody but us, we would be fired.
No, it's still flowing. It's still
Is it
good.
still
It's
flowing?
not like it's bad.
Okay.
But while we're doing that, let me play a classic from Commission.
All right.
This is to my nephew who's no longer with us, but in his memory, I played a song.
Romel?
Yep. Commission.
He pressed through the crowd at the temple until the front he came. A simple man with simple clothes. No one even knew his name. With tears in his eyes, he confessed, I'm so full of sin. And someone outside told me, and here I could be born again. So his knees on the floor and his hands in the air, he cried out, oh Lord, save me now, please save me now, save me now, please save me now. I bow my knees down on the floor, for you're the one I need, oh Lord, to save me now, please save me now, save me now, please save me now. I love you, Lord, I need you, Lord, I'm begging of you, Lord, please save me now. She drops off the key in the lobby, and she wonders till night is day. A young woman of 18 years, she's been abused
tells her that it's not too late. The reason he knows, he says, the Lord saved him the other day. So with tears in her eyes and her hands to the sky, she cried out, "Oh Lord, save me now, please save me now, save me now, please save me now. On my knees down on the floor, for you're the one I need, oh Lord, to save me now, please save me now, save me now, please save me now. I love you, Lord, I need you, Lord, I'm begging of you, Lord, please save me. I feel so lost deep down within. Make me whole and cleanse my sin. Please save me, Lord. Save me, save me now. I'm down on my knees. Save me, oh, save me now. I need you in my life, Lord. Save me, save me, Jesus. I need you, Lord.
Live at Radio City Music Hall, Hezekiah Walker and the Love Fellowship Choir. Come on, give God praise.
Rock with Hezzy with us, y'all.
Y'all make some noise up in here. Come on. Let me hear you, New York. Come on.
We made it. We survived. When the enemy came in, God lifted us, stand and be my protection. No weapon formed shall be able. I made it this far by faith. My future's bright. And today, I'm holding on to my praise. I made it. I survived. Yeah, yeah. I'm a survivor. Everybody, come on, open your mouth and say, we made it. We survived. When the enemy came in, it was divine protection. No weapon formed will be able. I made it this far by my faith, my future, and my today. I'm holding on to my praise. I made it. I survived. Yeah, yeah. Everybody, come on, say, I'm a survivor. Open your mouth and tell somebody, come on, say, we made it. We survived. When the enemy came in, God lifted us, stand and divine protection. No weapon formed will be able. I made it this far by my faith. My future's brighter than my today. I'm holding on to my praise. I made it. Tell your neighbor I survived. I'm a survivor. Here we go. Let's stand
100.3 W262CF, Atlantic City, Pleasant
Ever
Hill.
get sick on a weekend with 2 days until the next available doctor's appointment? Not fun. So having Atlantic Care urgent care centers nearby really helps.
With my outpatient procedure, I went home the same day, recovered fast, and was playing the next season.
Being surrounded by a whole team of experts, how could you not feel like everything is going to be okay?
They used the technology I hadn't heard of to treat a condition I didn't even know I had. Thankfully, I'm better now.
Last month, Atlantic Care saved my husband's life. They've been making our lives better for years.
For every member of your family, for every moment of your life, Atlantic Care is here. With all of the providers, treatments, and personalized care you could ever need at over 100 locations across southeastern New Jersey. It's accessible care. It's exceptional care. It's Atlantic Care. To schedule an appointment, visit atlanticare.org.
Hello, WEHA listeners. This is Lisa Diane Hall, General Sales Manager here at WEHA 88.7 and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and we have talk. We'd like to thank you for listening and sincerely appreciate your continued support over the last 10 years. Thanks to all of you, WEHA is now a 2-time Stellar Award-winning gospel radio station with a recording studio right here in your local community. As the newly appointed General Sales Manager, it is my goal to share my 20 years of experience in broadcasting and marketing with your church, business, or organization. I am pleased to announce WEHA's new community branding partnerships, where you have the opportunity to be heard on all of WEHA's platforms, including 2 FM bands, WEHA WeHaveGospel.com, and all of WEHA's social media pages, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. WEHA is currently seeking new Sunday morning programming and new talk shows. For more information or to arrange a WEHA studio tour, you can reach me, Lisa Diane Hall, at WEHA Studios at 609-641-8870. That's 609-641-8870. WEHA is Christ-centered, community-focused, and listener-supported.
It's a new year, and it's time to get activated. The Atlantic City NAACP will host a 30-minute radio show every Tuesday at 5 p.m. on WEHA. Informative guests, current affairs, local topics, and up-to-date information will be provided. Join us every Tuesday at 5 p.m. because when we fight, we win.
All right, we're going to kick it back off with some Byron Cage, and this is I Will Bless the Lord right here on WEHA. Sister Hawks is sitting on the other side out of camera view, rubbing. Thank you, Calandra, for bringing our food. Calandra's Catering. She brought me some oxtails and some nice sides, and she brought Lady Praise some shrimp and grits. So Calandra's Catering. Doing it real swell and being a blessing to Deacon Hawks and Lady Praise by feeding us.
Magnify the Lord with me. Come on, sing it to him, sing it. Whom the Son he hath redeemed. Come on, clap your hands. Clap your hands, rejoice and sing. You are the Lord of everything. You are Lord of everything. Here we go. I will bless the Lord. Sing it to him. Say, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord at all times. Come on, if you're gonna do it, say it again. I will bless the Lord. Bless the Lord at all times. Oh yeah. Bless the Lord at all times. Come on, do the second one. For the Lord our God is great. For the Lord our God is great. Come on, say it. Perfect Lord in all your ways. Perfect Lord in all your ways. I like to say this. God of mercy, Lord of grace. Lord of grace. Come on, sing it to me tonight. Holy One, ancient of days. Here we go. Say, I will bless the Lord. Bless the Lord at all times. Bless the Lord at all times. Say, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord, oh my soul and all that's within me. Bless His name. Come on, clap your hands like this. Say it again. Bless the Lord. Bless the Lord, oh my soul and all that's within me. Bless His name. All right, y'all ready? Here we go. Listen, when I'm lost and all alone, I will bless the Lord. Feeling like my strength is gone. I will bless the Lord. With no friends to call my own. I will bless the Lord. And no one to call on the phone. I will bless the Lord. I will lift my hands. I will bless the Lord. And call His precious name. I will bless the Lord. 'Cause He's all then we shall behold him face to face. We shall behold him. We shall behold him face to face. In all of his glory, we shall behold him. We shall behold him face to face, our Savior and Lord. Shall sound, shout of his command. The sleeping shall rise from this slumbering place. Those who remain, shall be changed in one moment. Then we shall behold him, then face to face. Oh, sing it with me. We shall we shall
minutes after the hour of 6, and that was the sounds of Commission. We shall behold him. And it's just me now, y'all. Lady Praise has retired for the evening, if you will. But I'm going to hang out for about another hour. As she told you before, I have been literally in the house. And like everybody, but I've been like really in the house. And I'm glad to be out, so I'm going to hang out with you for a little while longer and continue to bring you the best in gospel music. Again, you can still call in at 609-641-8870, extension 1, and we'd love to hear from you, particularly if you have any resources that you want to make us aware of. We'd be glad to know about them. In the meantime, here's John Howard and the New Gospel Caravans. And this is one that I love, I Will Rejoice. And I believe that this was written by Stephen Hackley. And I love this song right here. I Will Rejoice right here, the new John Howard Gospel Caravans.
Because he's been mighty good. So many times we mess up and so many times we do things and say things. But you know something? Because of God's mercy, because of God's love, he doesn't kill us. And one thing I like about the Lord, he makes ways out of no ways. He can pick us up, he can turn us around, and he can plant our feet on a solid ground. I love him because he gave me mercy. He gave me peace. He gave me love. Hey, 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 hey.
help us say this. Come on, declare it out of your mouth one more time. Say, somebody ought to give God praise. I said somebody ought to give God praise. I don't care what your circumstance is. I don't care what your problem is. The fact remains that this is the day that the Lord has made. This is the day that the Lord has made. Somebody shout hallelujah. Shout hallelujah.
All right, you can't go wrong with off the Payday CD. Payday with the new John Howard Gospel Caravans. And that was This Is the Day We Shall Rejoice and Be Glad in It. And I love that song. And you know something, I'm going to stay right there with this Payday CD right now. And this is another one of my favorites. DeRay Lyles, she is the feature artist on this song. And she's none other than the daughter of Bishop Charles R. Lyles. And this is one of my favorites, y'all. This is Decisions right here on WEHA.
Faced with so many decisions, caught up in the trade winds of our time. Be not dismayed. Whatever betide, God will take care of you. Let Him lead you. Let Him lead you. So many situations, don't you be swayed by your mind, no, but let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ. Jesus could do it. Oh, thank God. You'll never go astray if you let Jesus lead you all the way. I'm a living witness, he'll do it. Oh, just let Jesus lead you.
All right, that was none other than the new John Howard Gospel Caravans featuring DeRay Lyles, and I love that song. Every time I talk to her or have a chance to comment to her on Facebook, I'm always alluding to the fact that that is an awesome song, and she was definitely the only one that probably could lead that song like that. Decisions. I love that song. I can't wait to get some more music from DeRay. I thought she had put something out around Christmas time, and we didn't really have a chance to connect, but I'm always looking forward to hearing not only from the new John Howard Gospel Caravans, who are an institution, most definitely, but DeRay particularly, she has a awesome soulstry voice that kind of just like picks up on all genres of music, a little bit of jazz, a little bit of scat, a little bit of just inspirational, of course, gospel, and I just love her voice. All right, so you tell DeRay, the Deacon Hawk said, get some more music up in this rotation, okay? All right, we're gonna keep it going. I got something here also from Yolanda Adams, and this is a classic. This is none other than Alwaysness on WEHA.
Although the sun has been around for a long time, still has the ability to shine. And although the moon lights up the night, sometimes it likes to hang out in the sunshine. And although green grass sometimes turns brown, it's refreshed when raindrops come falling down. Creation starts and then it's renewed by a single touch from you. So I depend on you. No matter what I do, I know you'll always come through. You never change the rules. I can depend on the alwaysness. Without a calendar, and the breezes know how and when to blow. Never have to wonder where the water goes, 'cause flows home to the ocean floor. Everything reacting in common sense when placed beneath the awe of your omnipotence. Please won't you show me how I should live, so glory I can give, 'cause I depend on you. No matter what I do, I know you'll always come through. You never change the rules. I can depend on the alwaysness.
Ever get sick on a weekend with 2 days until the next available doctor's appointment? Not fun. So having Atlantic Care urgent care centers nearby really helps.
With my outpatient procedure, I went home the same day, recovered fast, and was playing the next season.
Being surrounded by a whole team of experts, how could you not feel like everything is going to be okay?
They used a technology I hadn't heard of to treat a condition I didn't even know I had. Thankfully, I'm better now.
Last month, Atlantic Care saved my husband's life. They've been making our lives better for years.
For every member of your family, for every moment of your life, Atlantic Care is here. With all of the providers, treatments, and personalized care you could ever need at over 100 locations across southeastern New Jersey. It's accessible care. It's exceptional care. It's Atlantic Care. To schedule an appointment, visit atlanticare.org.
All right, y'all. This is one of the best that ever did it. This is Vanessa Bell Armstrong. Y'all know her, right? This is I Just Love You. And this is Deacon Hawks hanging out with you for a little while longer.
Silver and gold doesn't mean a thing. Places we may go, selfish they may be. All my heart wants to do is love you. All my mouth wants to do is tell you I love you when the sun is shining. I love you when the rain is falling. When it's falling. I love you when I'm strong and healthy. I love you when compelled to believe. All I wanna do is love you. I wanna bless you at all times and tell you when the sun is shining. I love you when the rain is falling. I even love you, when I'm strong and healthy. Strong and healthy. I love you when the pain befalls me. I love you through my good. I love you through my bad. Love you through my bad. I love you for the way you build me. Well, you build me, Jesus. I love you for your grace and mercy. Isn't just another word using a cliche. It's so much more to me because you love me first. I love you when the rain is falling. When it falls down, I'm strong and healthy. Strong and healthy. I love you when the pain befalls me. Even when I'm good. I love you through my good. Love you through my good, Jesus. Love you through my bad. I love you for the way you build me. I love you for your grace and mercy. The grace and mercy on every side. I love you when the sun is shining. I love you, I just love you.
If you think back over your list of some of the greatest singers of all time, gospel singers, you have to put Vanessa Bell Armstrong on that list. I'm sorry, y'all. That was I Just Love You by Vanessa. And I can listen to her all day and all night. This is in tribute to the late Bill Withers, Lean on Me. And if there's any other time that we needed to lean on each other as we lean on the Lord and depend on Him, it's right now. So, in honor of the late Bill Withers, this is Lean on Me.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have faith, you need to borrow, for no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till need a friend, call me. If you need a friend, if you ever need a friend, call me. 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 If you need a friend, call me. 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 Call me.
All right, that was Bill Withers, the late Bill Withers, and that is an anthem of sorts, Lean on Me. And we're just glad to be with you on tonight. This is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente. Lady Praise was a champ. She was with me for 3 hours. And then she said, I am ready to leave. And I was ready to leave too, but I said, you know something, I'm going to hang out with y'all for a little while longer. And I thank God for it. Thank God for the opportunity. Amen. As we approach the 7 o'clock hour and getting ready to kind of take it down a little bit, but we are still here in Jesus' name. Thank God for all the ministries that have been coming on Facebook. An opportunity to just hear the word, and for those that are just committed to preaching the word of God in a time like this, we thank God that Satan's defeated. Hallelujah. We know that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And we thank God that it's nothing that's going to stop his people. Amen. And we believe that. We thank God that he is in complete control. So we know that there's not a weapon.
Gospel 88.7.
There's not a weapon formed against us that's going to prosper, because we know that in the end we're going to win, and we thank God for that. So we encourage you to just hold on, keep the faith, stay in the race, and everything is all right. Not everything is going to be all right, but everything is all right. So that's how we are rolling on today. That's how we're going to keep on moving. And again, we invite you and thank God for you. We invite you into our home, if you will. The WEHA studio is our home, amen. And we thank God that it is what we do, and God has blessed us tremendously to be here for 11 years. So we thank God for you as you're listening in your cars. Some of you are watching on Facebook. Some of you are online doing whatever it is that you do, but we're so glad that you chose, amen, to be a part, make us a part of your evening. So we thank God for that. And as I told most of y'all, me and my wife, we were talking earlier, and we're getting ready to celebrate our 38th wedding anniversary. So we're glad about that, and God has just been good to us. I mean, you know, sometimes it does take other people that kind of know where you came from to kind of talk about it. You know what I mean? Me and Elaine, we know, but there's some other people that know us too, and sometimes they can tell you better than you can. They can say it better than you to a certain extent, because they just look and they're in awe, because they see what God has done for you down through the years. And then you know, sometimes we just go through it. You know, we go through it and we go through the day and we just keep it moving, and we don't really recount it. But then the opportunity, Lady Praise talked about it earlier, talking about this being a time of reflection, just being able to look and see what God not only has done for you, but even to take inventory of where he's brought you from, and indeed what you want him to do for you going forth. And your desire to what you want to do for him as well, because, you know, without a vision, the people perish. So we want to be found in his will, doing his will, and that takes spending time with God and reading his word, and just considering the next steps, if you will, to be able to be in submissive mode. We want to be submissive to the Lord and just really, really not lean to our own understanding, but we do want to acknowledge him in all our ways and let him direct our path. Many times we seek to lean to our own understanding and we seek to do our own thing. And sometimes it's well intended, but it's not necessarily God's will for your life and what He wants for you to do. If you're going to be a witness, be a God's witness. Don't be your own witness with your own opinions and your own ideas, but be a God witness. If you're going to do anything for God, be led of God and seek His face, and He'll steer you right. He'll steer you right in every way, spiritually, naturally, financially, physically, every need according to His riches and glory in Christ Jesus. So that's what it's all about, doing the will of God. And we know even through this pandemic, we still know that we have the victory. Our hearts and our minds do go out to all those that are affected in some way. There are people, for instance, that they may not exhibit the symptoms as of yet, but they still are carriers. So we pray for them. We pray for us because we don't know who has this virus, but we call on the name of the Lord. We believe the report of the Lord, and we know that through Christ that we're strengthened. All things work together for the good to them that love the Lord, to the called according to His purpose. So we know that it's going to work out for our good, but we pray and we stand in the gap with every household out there and everybody in the hospital beds and those that are traveling, going back and forth to work. I mentioned earlier, we have a business, Hawks Janitorial, and we employ over 75 people, and most of our buildings are healthcare facilities. And so I ask you to join us in prayer as we pray for all of my employees that are out there, that go out there day after day and night after night, and clean up after the doctors and after the nurses, and in the urgent cares and the cancer centers. We run the gamut. We clean all of these types of places, and that puts us directly on the lines of all of these places. So I cover my business. We cover our employees in prayer, and our employees know this, that we stand in the gap for them and with them, praying. And this business was founded on prayer. So we thank God that it's not anything strange or anything new for us. Sometime when I get together with my employees and a hallelujah might come out, they understand. And a thank you, Jesus, might come out, and they understand. So we thank God, and we've been in business for over 30-something years. And we think it's all the glory and the honor of God. People ask, how you been in business so long, and what do you have to do to be in business? And it's part of it. I tell them, look, you got to get good employees, and they say, how do you get good employees? And I say, you get them one at a time. You might get one employee, and then you might get 5 that are not so good. All of that stuff. But the best way to but to ensure that you're going to have some sort of success in your business, according to the divine will of God, is that you seek God's face and you render your business unto God and let Him lead you and guide you. So there are definitely recipes that we should follow in the area of business and all of that. But I'm just one that knows that if you just depend on God, that you lean on God, and you listen, and see God's face and hear what He wants to tell you, that He'll lead your business into sovereignty and prosperity, and I thank God for that. I just thank God for that. Sure, it's a lot of other businesses out here that their testimony is they have millions and billions, and I don't hate. I participate. I don't hate. I thank God for it. Look, if God has blessed you along them lines, God bless you. But then there have so many blessings, for instance, that have fallen by the wayside, and we might complain because we want to make more money and all of that, but you got some people that went to work and the padlock was on the fence. And so I thank God that, we've been here for 30-something years. I don't take any of that for granted, and I don't have no secret sauce or no secret formula. I'm just saying but God. I had a license plate one time, and it was a license plate that my wife got for me, and I put it on my car, and the frame of the license plate said, "I'm blessed, I pay my tithes." So, I ain't got nothing else for you. You know what I mean? I'm not the one. I can give you something now. If I have to speak on it and articulate it in a way that might be a little bit more business comprehensive, I can do that as well. But I choose to have my witness illuminate the goodness of God and what He'll do for you if you just stand on His promises. That's what it's all about for me and my wife, and I thank God for that. So, do it right. Make sure you lay out your business plan. You have to have a plan. You have to write the vision. You have to make it plain. You have to do that. You have to count up the costs. You can't just go out here and act reckless and all of that and expect everything to just kind of be the way you want it to be and turn out the way you want it to turn out if you've done everything reckless. You can't do it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, because in spite of sometimes your recklessness, in spite of sometimes your bad judgment sometimes in business, in spite of sometimes you might follow the trends and the trends might steer you wrong. In spite of all that, God can still show Himself faithful and still will show Himself faithful. I've heard many preachers, I've heard our pastor, Bishop Jerkins, talk many a time about being on God's economy and God's economy and God's way of doing things. And I thank and praise the Lord that I've heard him talk about you can make claim to these things. You know, people might look at you with a sense of cockiness or arrogance. It's not at all. It's not at all. It's having faith in God. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Bishop Jerkins preached a message. I'm mentioning him because he's my pastor, of course. But he preached a message and he broke down faith, and he said it was the hypostasis. I'm not going to take no credit because he preached that message. But I was a recipient of that message, and now I can carry that on. He said it's the hypostasis. It's the title deed. It's the ownership. It's knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that guess what? You're an heir and a joint heir to the things of God when you follow the plan of God. You can, everything could be around you. The calamity that befalls on us all at some point. But guess what? You know that if you just acknowledge God, He's going to direct your path. He's going to bring you out. And I have so many witnesses. The one thing that kind of bothers me, and I'm gonna move on, is sometimes when we have a chance to witness, we don't. You understand what I'm saying? We have a chance. You know, you hear people talk about, they won't let me do anything in church, or they won't let me say anything in church, or they won't let me do this and do that and all of that. People, they go through their thing. But every day, no matter where you at, you have an opportunity to talk about the goodness of Jesus. You have an opportunity. You actually have a duty, but you definitely have the opportunity. There is no place that you can go that you can't say that at least in some part you have an opportunity. Now, if you're on the job, for instance, you have that opportunity, but don't want to do all your witnessing during the 8 hours that you're supposed to be working. You got 16 other hours to call people and talk about the goodness of God. Don't say the boss is the devil because he won't let you take all his time and witness on the job. Nope, you're not right. That's not right. But you got 16 other hours to call people up, to invite them, to have prayer with them, to do what you got to do and all of that. And during your 8 hours, you might get a little quick opportunity. But know that there's always so many opportunities to witness. So, like I said, I get disappointed sometimes. It's not the end of the world for me because I'm going to do what I do. But there's opportunities for you to just at least be in the amen corner. You hear somebody saying, look, God healed me from cancer. And if you're a witness to that, yell out amen. I almost lost my house. If you're a witness to that, yell out amen. Don't let somebody just stand there and by themselves like they look like they going crazy, because guess what? Now everybody think all of us is crazy. because the world love his own. They gonna witness. They gonna be a witness to theirs. You know what I mean? Oh, I got drunk last night, and I got high last night, and I did all of this and did all of that last night, and this and that and the other, and you're gonna have a whole big amen crowd out there. Yeah, we got our Mac on, and we got our party on, and we got our drink on, and we got all this on, and this and that and the other, and then we get an opportunity to say, guess what? I was bound and trespassed in sin, but God brought me out. I was on my way to a devil's hell, and it was a time when I felt within myself I didn't have no hope, and all hope was gone, and I didn't know what I was going to do. It was just tumultuous. It was coming from the north, the south, the east, and the west, and I didn't know what to turn. I didn't know what to do. But one day, I met a man named Jesus, and he told me everything that I've done, like the woman at the well. It told me everything that I've done. And I thank and praise the Lord that when I had that, if you will, let's say that Saul, that Damascus experience, you know what I mean, where I just fell off my beast. And next thing you know, for instance, that though I might have been one that persecute the church, maybe I was one of the ones that I had nothing good to say about the church or nobody, but when I had that Damascus experience, when I had that Jesus experience, he turned my life around. Yeah, he straightened up my marriage. He made me a better father or a better mother. He made me a better employee on my job. He started, putting money in my bank account. Now, you're going to have somebody, when you say that, that's going to be like, why are you always talking about money? Why are you talking about money? Until it's their turn. Then they want to talk about money. All that stuff, get it out your mind. You know what God did for you. You know what God did for you. And I know I sound like a broken record because I say the same thing every time I come on this air, at least once. I got to say it because God has been too good to us. He's been good to us. He brought us from a mighty long way. Y'all know. And if you got a good memory like me, you really know. I can't even front. It was a time that literally, now I didn't look at it this way until maybe a couple of years ago. But when I lived with someone, when I lived with people, I was homeless. I didn't look at it that way because I was living with friends and family. So I didn't look at it that way. But when you start, Lady Praise talked about reflections a little while back. When you start reflecting on where God really brought you from, and that's not everybody's plight. Some people, they were blessed, they prepared, they saved their money, they pursued their education and all of that, and I am so proud of you. I'll be your biggest cheerleader. I'll be your biggest cheerleader. But then there's some of us, for instance, that did some things kind of reckless. You know what I mean? We didn't do it all on point, and that's not nothing to be braggadocious about or anything like that, but it's my testimony. But God, and that's the whole point of the matter. But God, you got some people that did it all supposedly right. They went to the best schools. They put their money in the right investments and all of that, and they still talking about jumping off a bridge. You know what I mean? Committing suicide, and they don't know how they're going to go on, and this and that and the other. But when you have the mind of God and you understand that God will bring you through, I'm telling you, if you're in the valley low, you know that He's there with you, ready to bring you out. The Hebrew boys. He was in the fiery furnace with them. So the point being is, you better know in whom you believe. You better believe. You better know in whom you serve. And as they be saying out here in the street, and stop fronting. And I understand. You know what I mean? It for some of us, for instance, it's like, what are we talking about? You know what we're talking about. It's a dying world out there. Everybody don't have the same testimony as you. You know what I mean? Everybody don't have the testimony. You got people out here, for instance, and I encounter them, and my heart goes out. It's hard to walk past people, for instance, and you see that they not in their right mind, You know what I mean? They like that Toon Man, just cutting on themselves and, you know, just violating themselves, let alone other people. And when you start delving into their background, go with me here, y'all. You delve into their background, you see that these people were once family men and family women and had successful careers, and you know what I mean, and you know the whole world was their oyster, and you know what I mean, and in a lot of cases they loved and served God. But the devil got a hold to him. They said that he's cunning, that he goes up and down, to and fro, seeking who he may devour. You know what I mean? That's why it's praying time. It's definitely praying time. It's time to pray, because there but by the grace of God, there go I. It's not you today, but it could very easily be you tomorrow. Could very easily be. That's why we don't have time to put our mouth on nobody right now. You can say I took vitamins and I take. You got people that's taking vitamins and they're in the best of health and the best of shape, and they're succumbing to this virus. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, it's indeed a time of reflection and prayer and just introspective thinking and looking within, and most of all looking to the hills from which cometh our help, knowing that all my help come from the Lord. If it was never true a saying before, it's true now. All my help come from the Lord. You might have a job. You see jobs that Fortune 500 companies, guess what? They closed right now. They're closed. Don't know when they're going to go back to work. The stimulus package, the $2 trillion that's going to be passed, you know, some companies might fare well, but individuals, if they're used to making six figures a year, you know, and now they have to be relegated to $600 a week, which is less than $30,000 a year, you know what I mean? A lot of those places, a lot of those people, is going to result in foreclosures, you know, repossessions, even when this is over. Because guess what? From as far as what I understand, okay, you might get a pass now, but you know, like the song said earlier, payday's coming after a while. You still gonna have to pay. You're gonna still have to pay if you rent or you have mortgages or something like that. If you can put it on the back, that's fine. But some places you don't have that. You don't have that luxury. You're gonna have to pay after these couple months or so. You're gonna have to pay. So it just behooves, and I'm saying a lot, but it behooves all of us to just know that we serve a true and a living God. He's a way maker. You can, when you say your prayers tonight, or when you have your commune time with God, you want to call upon him. You want to seek his face. You want to get direction, because guess what? When it's just you don't know which way you're going to turn. But I'm telling you, God, he will point you in the right direction if you spend that time with him, if you seek his face. I thank God that, like I said, I've been in business for over 30-something years, and we talk about it, but we don't really talk about it that much. You hear the commercials and stuff like that, but I thank God for my businesses. I really, really do. We're not to the point, for instance, where we could just sit down and do nothing or anything like that. We still have to diligently work them and all of that. But I thank God that even now, that while so many places are closing down, we still have the majority of our work. That translates to us being able to continue to subsidize this radio station and the other things that we're involved in. It helps us to continue to be a blessing to the church that we attend. It helps us to continue to be a blessing to people that we know and family members and all of that stuff like that. It's a blessing. But I thank God that there's some obedience that have to come into play here. Somebody has to acknowledge God. Somebody has to be a tithe payer. Somebody has to have a mind to be a blessing. And we know it's better to give than to receive. We know the laws of reciprocity, sowing and reaping. We know all these things, but we have to put these things into practice to really, really receive the benefits. To receive the benefits of what God says in his word. And when you subscribe to these benefits, if you will, for instance, then you start realizing these benefits, then you can sure be a witness to these benefits as opposed to doing things totally opposite of what God would have you to do and tells you to do in his word. And then when things don't go right, you want to blame everybody. You want to blame everybody. You want to say, you know, the church hurt me, the church wouldn't help me, the church wouldn't this, the church. Well, what did you do? What did you do? And I don't say that in the spirit of you browbeating yourself. I love the story about the prodigal son. And when he took all of his what he thought he had coming to him, he took all of that and he went off, and you know the story. He indulged in riotous living, and he did all of this stuff, and forsake what he had at home, a prosperous family and all of that stuff like that. And he took everything that he thought that he had coming to him and went out, like many of us do. I'm grown. Give me what's mine so I can go about my business. You don't have to tell me what to do. I'm grown. I'm 3 times 7. I'm 21. I'm all of this. I'm all of that. Give me what's mine. We take what we got. We go. Nobody can't tell us nothing, this and that and the other. The thing I love about that story, though, the Bible says, but when he came to himself, a lot of us will be better off. And again, this is not a browbeating moment. I'm just sharing with you. If a lot of people will be better off if we talk about a Damascus experience, we talk about a Red Sea experience, we talk about these experiences where we had this like come to Jesus moment, if you will. A lot of people will be better off if they come to when I came to myself experience. When I came to myself experience. Went back home, and you know the rest of the story. He was blessed. His father killed the fatted calf for him, put a ring on his finger, put a robe around his neck, and all of that stuff like that. And he was blessed. So my thing is, a lot of times we, as opposed to looking to everybody else for our downfalls, our faults, our failures, and all of that, and yeah, people can do some stuff to you now. I'm not tripping off of that, but I'm saying I can't live there. I can't live there. I might visit every now and then. That was cold what you did to me. That was wrong. But I can't live there. I might peek there every now and then. And that ain't even really healthy, but I'm just talking. But I'm telling you, you don't want to live there. You don't want to live there. You got to move on. You got family that is dependent on you. You got children that's dependent on you. And they're looking at you. They're looking at you. Well, Daddy, Mommy, I tell you what. I hear what you've been telling me for the last 30 years, but you haven't really been a witness to that thing. And I'm telling you, if you want to know some things about yourself, you wait till your kids get grown. They'll tell you all about it. Then you want to smack them down. There's times I wanted to smack my kids down. Okay, we having a nice, good conversation, and all of a sudden they say something that catches me, and then I'll be like, go sit down somewhere. Now, my kids is all in their 30s. I can't just smack them. I could, but I don't know if I'll get away with it. You know what I mean? Because now I'm provoking them. But, you know what I mean? The point being is people are looking at you. People are looking at you. And I'm talking to church folk. They're looking at you. So we don't want to let the Lord down, number one, and we don't want to let ourselves down. We don't want to let the people that are dependent on us. We don't want that blood stain on our hands. We talk about blood stain in various ways, but there are people, for instance, that they see their success through your lenses. Through your lenses, they see their success. And that's okay, because you're going to give God all the glory. Amen? You're going to give him all the glory. You're going to give him all the praise. You're going to give him all the honor. He's going to be glorified for it all. So when people say, so-and-so, I see that the Lord has blessed you, and, you've climbed the ladder of success, not just spiritually, but in business or my vocation, my career. How did it happen? And, of course, they know that you went to work every day and you worked hard and this and that and the other, but you'll be able to stand on that mountaintop and say, to God be the glory. If it had not been for the Lord who was on my side, where would I be? And they'd be like, tell me more about this this man you call Jesus. And I'm telling you, what better witness to be able to have the opportunity to tell somebody about the goodness of the Lord. Some people just talk about the goodness of the Lord, but I thank God when I have an opportunity. I'm talking about where they're asking me. I was minding my own business, walking down the street, and somebody seeks me out, or somebody asks me and say, how did this happen? It could be, I've been married almost 38 years. It'll be 38 years Friday, good Lord's will. Somebody asked me, how have you been managed to have a good marriage for 38 years? For 38 years. I'm able to say, the grace of God. Sure, I love my wife. I love her to death, and she loves me. And we are a match made in heaven, not all of that. But it's something about when you subscribe to the oracles of God and just the scripture, loving your wife and she loves her husband and just all of the good things that we're supposed to do that scripture talks about. And you're seeking to follow those things. Is every day Sunday? Of course not. But guess what? Having obtained help from God, I continue to this day. And that's what it's all about. That's the witness, y'all. That's the witness. That's the witness. And I'm telling you, being able to give God the glory, and I believe that he'll be pleased. All right, I went on and on and on like I do from time to time. I hope through all of that you deciphered something that might be a blessing to you. And I'm open to listen to you as well. But that's what the Lord led me to say. So I'm just putting it out there, and I pray that it finds somebody well. All right? And continue to pray for your brothers and sisters in every area of their lives, particularly those that confide in you. They're going to be people that God is going to send your way. They're going to tell you some of their secrets. They're going to tell you some of their secrets. Don't go back and be a talebearer. Don't go out there and breach their trust. They told you so you could take it to the Lord in prayer or pray with them. They didn't tell you to go out there so you could tell everybody on the street to try to make yourself look big. No, they didn't tell you for that. They didn't tell you so you can go out there and at their expense make yourself look something bigger than what you really are. See, they should have done this or they should have done that, and they didn't tell you for that. They told you so you can come in agreement with them and help stand in the gap with them and for them. That's why they told you that. You're not better than nobody else. Again, there but by the grace of God, they go you. Yeah, you. And especially you, because you know you. You know you. So don't use people's occasion for an opportunity to dog somebody and to make yourself seem like you're better or bigger or anything like that. You're not. You're not. It's only by the grace of God that I am that I am. It's by his grace that we're saved. And it's not by works. It's through faith, lest any man should boast. It's not of ourselves, but it's a gift from God. It's a gift. It's a gift. And I'm saying that to anybody under the sound of my voice. You may say it with a little bit more polish, but at the end of the day, everybody knows this one thing. It's a gift. All right? So keep that in mind. I'm going to put something else on in Jesus' name. All right? All right. Okay, what are we going to put on? We are going to put on a commercial right here on WEHA.
WEHA listeners, this is Lisa Diane Hall, General Sales Manager here at WEHA 88.7 and 100.3 FM, where we have gospel and we have talk. We'd like to thank you for listening and sincerely appreciate your continued support over the last 10 years. Thanks to all of you, WEHA is now a 2-time Stellar Award-winning gospel radio station with a recording studio right here in your local community. As the newly appointed General Sales Manager, it is my goal to share my 20 years of experience in broadcasting and marketing with your church, business, or organization. I am pleased to announce WEHA's new community branding partnerships, where you have the opportunity to be heard on all of WEHA's platforms, including 2 FM bands, WEHAWeHaveGospel.com, and all of WEHA's social media pages, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. WEHA is currently seeking new Sunday morning programming and new talk shows. For more information or to arrange a WEHA studio tour, you can reach me, Lisa Diane Hall, at WEHA Studios at 609-641-8870. That's 609-641-8870. WEHA is Christ-centered, community-focused, and listener-supported.
Don't you want to live forever?
All right, y'all, got a little bit of Kim Burrell for you. This is Everlasting Life on WEHA.
Don't you want to live forever? Don't you want to shout forever? Wouldn't you like to sing forever? Yes, I want to live forever.
For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in Him shall never, never, no, never perish, but have everlasting life. Forever. Oh, yes, I want to live. Yes, I want to live forever. You want to shout forever. Oh, yes, I want to shout. Yes, I want to shout forever. Like sing forever. Oh, yes, I want to sing. Yes, I want to sing forever. Yes, I want to live forever. Oh, yes, I want to live. Yes, I want to live forever. Believe on me as the scripture has said. For in that great day all saints will rise up from the dead. This is the promise that God has given to us from the beginning. But in order to receive it, there's no time for slipping. I won't ever, everlasting life. Gotta have it. I gotta have it. Everlasting life. Oh, everlasting. Oh, gotta have it. Gotta have everlasting life. Oh, I'm going there. I'm going there. Everlasting life. Every day'll be sunshine. Howdy, howdy, never goodbye. Gonna see my mother, gonna see my father. Can't wait to get over there. Gonna see the man that died for me. Howdy, howdy, never goodbye. No more crying, no more crying. Sun never going down. Every day'll be Sunday. I want everlasting life. Oh, want everlasting life. Want everlasting life. Want everlasting life. I want everlasting life. My reward now. Everlasting life. Where the streets are everlasting life. They would go down. Everlasting life. Forever and ever and ever and ever. Ever and ever. Ever and ever.
All right, that's BB Winans and Oh Happy Day right here on WEHA. You also heard a little bit of Kim Burrell and Everlasting Life, Don't You Want to Live Forever. We are playing the hits. We playing the classics, amen, from the old school. But you know something? I love it. It's 48 minutes after the hour of 7, and I'm going to keep it going. This is Kirk Franklin, and this is Melodies from Heaven right here on WEHA. 48 minutes after the hour of 7. This is El Presidente hanging out with you. Give a big shout out to my son, Billy Hawks, William Hawks III, listening to us in Orlando, Florida. You still with me, man?
Rain down on me, rain down on me. Melodies from heaven, rain down on me, rain down on me. Take me in your arms and hold me close. Rain down on me, rain down on me. Feel me. Fill me with your precious Holy Ghost. Rain down on me.
I feel it now, Vicky. Can we take it up here? Here we go, everybody. Melodies from heaven. Rain down on me. Oh, come on in here. Rain down on me. Come on, say it with us. Melodies from heaven. Yeah. Rain down on me. Rain down on me. Take me, say. Take me in your arms and hold me close. Rain down. Oh, come on in here, somebody. Rain down on me. Fill me. Fill me with your precious Holy Ghost. Rain down. Rain down. Here we go. Come on, say it, say it. Shut. Come on, soprano, shut. Yeah. Come on. Come on, everybody, do like this. Do like. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, everybody, everybody. Come on, here we go, here we go. Everybody, everybody, come on, say. Melodies from heaven. Yeah. Can you help me say melodies? Melodies from heaven. Come on and sing with me. Melodies. Melodies from heaven. Now if you love the Lord, make some noise in here. Can you say melodies? Melodies from heaven. Rain down. Rain down. Rain down.
feel a little better than that. I feel some now. Okay, yeah, I feel a little bit better. I feel all right now. All right.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. Hey, no, not just for some, but for everyone. Lord, we don't need another mountain. There are mountains and hillsides enough to climb, and there are oceans and rivers enough to cross, enough to last till the end of time. What the world needs now is love, sweet love, sweet love. Oh, it's the only thing that there's just too little love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love, sweet love, not just for some, but for everyone. Lord, we don't
The second best thing about driving home is listening to WEHA. The best thing is getting there. And that's why I'm glad when I finally get home, I can listen to WEHA on my computer. It's easy. All you have to do is go to wehavegospel.com. Not only can I hear the station, I can also see what's playing at the time as well as what has already played before. You know, sometimes I'll hear a song on the radio and I want to know the name of the song and where I can get it from, you know. And when I need to go to another website, I can always use the pop-out player to keep WEHA playing in the background while I browse the web. They make it so easy for me at wehavegospel.com. You got to check it out.
All right, we're still hanging in there with you. This is The Holy Place by Ricky Dillard. You just heard Melodies from Heaven, Kirk Franklin. Almost 8 o'clock. We're keeping it moving here on WEHA.
Gospel 88.7 WEHA. It's more than music. It's ministry.
WEHA, Port Republic, Atlantic City. And now on FM Translator 100.3 W262CF, Atlantic City.
The weather outside is frightful.
But the gospel is so delightful. Yes.
Check out our new website at www.wehavegospel.com.
I love me better than that, yeah. I'm going to get my life back. As I look in the mirror, a broken woman I see, broken down by the streets of life's journey. That broken woman is me. So I take me a little ride back down memory lane, past the verbal and the physical abuse and all the trauma and the pain. I've got to flee from this crazy situation, 'cause it's driving me insane. Now I'm packing up all of my broken pieces and the little bit of strength that remains, 'cause I love me better than that. To lay here and cry, stay here and die. I'm going to get my life back. I know I made my mistakes, but it's never too late. Do I have any sisters who will agree with me? It's time to come to your senses. It's time to face reality. I hear you, sister girl, when you're saying, I just don't wanna be lonely. But it's impossible to love somebody else when you don't even love yourself. It's time to flee from this crazy situation, 'cause it's driving you insane. So come on and pack up all your broken pieces my strength back. All my sisters help me say, I want my joy back. I want my peace back. I want my strength back. Whoa, I want my mind back, my self-esteem back. I want my keys back. Say it, say it, say it. I want my mind back, my self-esteem back. I want my keys back. I want my hope back. I want my dreams back. So don't you come
this place I started, a lot of ground's been covered, and yet remain so many heights unknown. But now I face a forward. So Lord, you lead me. Where do I go from here? Make my pathway clear, for I need your direction to make the right selection. Lead me and I'll follow where you lead. Life with its surprises, try to organize them and make them work out best for me. But now I'm just as lost as I could be. So Lord, you lead me. Where do I go from here? Make my pathway clear, for I need your direction to make the right selection. Lead me and I'll follow where you lead. Oh, 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 the future's oh so scary. So Lord, please prepare me. Enable me to face the great unknown. So now the choice is yours and not my own. Now Lord, you lead me. Where do I go from here? Make my pathway clear, for I need your direction to make the right selection. Lead me and I'll follow wherever you lead. Just lead me. Where can I go from here? Make my pathway clear, for I need your direction to make the right selection. Lead me and I'll follow wherever you lead. Lord, lead me. I need you now. I need your direction to make the right selection. Lead me and I'll follow where you lead. Question is, will I ever leave you? The answer is no. No, 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 no. Question is, will I ever leave you? The answer is no. No, 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 no. Oh, I love the Lord, for He's so dear to me. And oh, He died that I might be free. I was asked this question years ago, and the answer is still no. Now the question is, will I do sacrifice. And all I'm gonna do is the will of Christ. I was asked this question, and the answer is yes. Question is, when will Jesus return? I want you to know. Soon, 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 yeah, soon. Look at the crisis in Iran. Russia's already invaded Afghanistan. It's falling insane. It's coming soon. Jesus to return, and for his returning my heart does yearn. I was asked this question, and the answer is real soon. Now the questions are, will I ever leave you? Will I do your will? And when will Jesus return? No. And yes. And soon. Will I ever leave you? Will I do your will? When will Jesus return? And the answer, oh yeah, yes, yeah, yeah, soon, soon, soon. Christ is coming. The answer is soon.
All right, it's 19 minutes after the hour of 8, and this is Deacon Hawks, also known as El Presidente, hanging out with you, and I'm about to take my leave. I've been on with Lady Praise. We came on about 3 o'clock, and she left about 6 o'clock. A little after 6, and now I'm getting ready to leave now. But I'm telling you, I had a blast. Always have a good time when I come on with you. And we want you to keep the dials locked to your favorite, your best gospel music station. We're Gospel 88.7 WEHA, 88.7 and 100.3 FM on your dial. And we have gospel. Don't forget to check out our website, wehavegospel.com. Also, you can listen live with our WEHA app. That's right. We have a We Have Gospel app. We have our own app. That's right. Just WEHA. Amen. And you can download the app and take us anywhere that you go. And of course, you can stream those that you like to stream. You can stream on Facebook Live. We thank God for that as well. So until the next time, we're going to continue to ask you to keep us in prayer. Also, again, if you want to donate to this station, with 501c3 nonprofit. Anything that you give will be tax deductible. It'll help us to bring all of the fine content to the radio station that we bring, whether it be good gospel music, of course, but also great gospel commentary, preaching, community shows. We thank God for our community shows as well. And so we just have something for everybody here at WEHA. Once again, the place to go to give your donation to this station, if you want to see us continue, is wehavegospel.com and press the donate button. Once again, that's wehavegospel.com and just press the donate button, and you can give what you want to give, a one-time gift, or you can give a recurring gift. And once again, we thank God for all of you that some point in our 11 years almost that you have counted it not robbery to be a blessing monetarily. And we thank God for you. Also, you can make a check or money order payable to WEHA, and you can mail it to P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey 08232. Once again, make the check or money order payable to WEHA and mail it to P.O. Box 1674, Pleasantville, New Jersey 08232. Also, you can come and bring your donation right here to the station, as many of you do. We thank God for that. You can come right to 3 Canali Drive. Canali Drive is right off of Delilah Road once you pass the overpasses in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. You can come to 3 Canali Drive, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey 08234. Also, my wife informed us as well that you can also Cash App. You can Cash App your donation as well. $signs WEHA, or either $signs We Have Gospel. So you can do it. You can do it that way as well. So there's a number of ways that you can go. $signs WEHA, I believe she said. You can do it that way and Cash App us your donation. Also, last but not least, I will be so happy to come and pick it up. If you have a donation that you just you can't keep it to yourself, give me a call, and in all sincerity, all seriousness, I will come and get you. I will come and get the donation, because sometimes for whatever reason you don't make it to the mailbox, or something comes up and you get distracted, and it was really your intent to give. And I'm telling you that if at all possible, I will come and receive your donation. You can just put it in an envelope and put it on your front porch when I let you know that I'm almost there. That way, you know, we don't have to have any contact and all of that, as we adhere to the rules and regulations of all that. Just put it on your doorstep or in your mailbox or whatever, and I'll do whatever it takes to get that donation. In all seriousness, we have need of it. We can use it, and of course, you'll be blessed by it. So go ahead and give your donation, and we thank God for you in advance. Also, keep us in prayer, and keep the various ministries in prayer that come on the air, and also the community shows that come on air as well, as there's some great commentary that comes along and great information. So we want you to turn your family and your friends on to the We Have Gospel, WeHaveGospel.com, and also our app, and also our Facebook page as well, to get some very good comprehensive information about the things going on in your backyard. Okay, so just do that for us, and you're going to be blessed, and we'll be blessed for it as well. Don't forget, WEHA is Christ-centered, community-focused, and listener-supported. We have Gospel 88.7 FM and 100.3 FM Atlantic City. We have Gospel. Until next time, may the grace of God and the sweet communion of the Holy Ghost rest, rule, and abide henceforth, now, and forevermore. In Jesus' name we pray. Let every heart say amen. Amen. Continue to take care of yourselves and each other. Continue to exercise caution and good, safe practices as we continue with this pandemic. But we know that God is in control, and that's why we thank him, because he is indeed in control. I'm going to leave you with a classic, and this is a classic, a way back classic, but I love this song, and anytime you play it, it's in order. Even though it's about 50 years old, it's still in order. And it's by Walter Hawkins, and it's called Thank You, Lord. God bless. Until next time. Take care.
Tragedies are commonplace. All kinds of diseases. People are slipping away. Economy's down. People can't get enough pay.
How many thankful folks in the house tonight? If you're thankful, get on your feet. And let's tell God together we're thankful.